critical hits boost. AM Comnos just boosted Mass Effect.
Greetings, sire.
Greetings, sire.
Hello everybody. Hello Parrotcom, AMcom, XCom, and MartaCom. Welcome. It's great to have you here and anyone else who might be lurking in the chat. So we have one early boost. Comms everywhere. You can disable pre-rolls for 30 minutes if you run a 90-second ad. Not forever. So at least for the next 30 minutes, anyone who comes in won't see a pre-roll. And since during those 90 seconds the stream has not really started, no one is really missing anything. So I find it a good practice to run a 90-second ad before I start the stream. But then I don't roll anymore. You got a Mass Effect.
New critical hits boost.
Oh,
Marto_Varna just boosted Disco.
that's a roll lol. Low roll.
Looking for bail.
Let me roll too. Alright. I think the D666 is getting ready for the Diablo playthrough as well, which is perfectly understandable. Everybody is excited for the Diablo, maybe most of all me, but secondarily the Evilometer. Someone is cheating. No. It's pronounced Bale, yes. Whereas this is pronounced Baal. So the Lord of Murder in Baldur's Gate is pronounced Baal, but the Lord of Lies, no, Lord of... Wait, what is Baal? Lord of what? It's pronounced Baal. What do you get, Oscar? Marta, you should roll again. I am sure you will roll higher. You might even roll, 666. Yes, Lord of Distraction. I'm sorry, it's the name of the expansion. How do I forget? As a Welsh person, you approve of this. See, already an upgrade. Although, Largo Legrand. Marta is always getting the side adventure game characters. Largo. Anyway, speaking of characters, I realized something today. I was in the process of... because you're Bulgarian, maybe, possibly. So I was waking up. It was within the... I think the first minute of me waking up from the night's sleep, and I realized something. I realized the name Zifnab, the character of the human mage from Deathgate, the game we are playing. I realized why the name sounds so familiar. It is an anagram of Fizban the Fabulous. Yes, Fizban is the avatar of Paladine in the Tracy Hickman novels, Dragonlance novels. Paladine, also known as Bahamut in Forgotten Realms, of course. So it is a mage, a dragon mage, basically. Fizban is a mage, a storyteller, and a funny and forgetful mage. So Zifnab is pretty much the same, built the same way. Oh, you are right. I didn't think of that. So it is pretty much important from Dragonlance, right? I mean, I thought it was just a reference, but that makes a lot of sense now. I wasn't thinking of that. Well, thank you, Pat. I love this track. There are 3 characters like that: Zifnab, Fizban, and another anagram. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Anyway, yeah, that's the great mystery I solved. I'm sure everyone was blown away by that fact. So we can just jump back into the game since we don't have any more early boosts. How is everyone? How is your Thursday? Happy Thursday, everybody. I hope you're having a fine day. Hopefully you are out of work or soon to be out of work. When I mean out of work, not out of a work, not kicked or sacked or anything, just done for the day. Oh, you're right. It's Thanksgiving for most people. For not most people. I actually don't know where Thanksgiving is celebrated outside of USA. You celebrate that over here. I guess it is celebrated in many Christian countries. Okay, this is not save I need. I don't celebrate anything, so I don't think of them. The answer is that Fizban is a crazed wizard owned by TSR under copyright. While Zifnav is completely different crazed wizard owned by Margaret and I. Incidentally, neither Fizban nor Zifnav have any relationship whatsoever to Zanfib, a crazed wizard from our Starshield series. Ah, I hope I have cleared this up once and for all. Tracy Hickman. Wow. That's amazing. So she pretty much says that it's a lazy import. Well, I guess Fizban can travel planes, right? Since it is a god, actually, the god of metallic dragons, Bahamut or Paladine, the good dragon god. So it is in Dragonland, it is in Kryn, it is in Faerun. I suppose it makes sense that it's in the Deathgate universe or other universes. Spoiler, they're not completely different. Yeah, probably not. The personality is definitely pretty similar to Fizban. Anyway, so we will continue the game today. We'll see how far we get. After yesterday, I don't think we can finish this today. Hey, QP, hello.
Oh, it is imperative that we comply with railroad customs regulations, Kate Walker.
See, Marto, it's not only you who rolls Oscar. Fartree. You have stairs. Okay. So last we left off, we picked up the black disc and now we have to find a way down. I think we have spoken every line of dialogue with Fizban.
If it isn't my favorite patron in all of Priam, what can
Thanksgiving
I
is
do
strictly
for you?
American. Oh, is it? It's not celebrated in EU for sure. Ah. Unless someone wants to be very modern and very Western-like, you also don't celebrate almost anything, but it's any Bayram holiday, you will knock on the door of a Turkish neighbor or friend and demand food. Yeah, I can understand why. You can demand some baklava, maybe.
I have had enough. Goodbye, Sartan.
Well, I can't say I'm sorry to see you go, Haplo.
Well, I suppose Barden is probably going to spend the week with his daughter celebrating the Thanksgiving, so he will be away. VF is probably going to celebrate Thanksgiving with his family, and other than that, we have Vincina Man from the USA. He might be away. Well, I don't think we have many people who celebrate it in the channel, I guess. Alright, let's start. So, I have a sneaking suspicion that Zifnab knows the Featherfall spell, but I don't think we can learn it from him right now. So I think we just find another way. Maybe the stairs? A variety of wildflowers have taken advantage of the pocket of soil here. Rough-hewn stairs lead up to the tree. Okay. Ah, flowers. So let's take a bunch. Do we have red flowers? Flowers are yellow. That's about all you can say for their looks. Okay. Can we combine them, make a bouquet? There doesn't seem to be a suitable place to put the blue flowers on the yellow flowers. That's how it works if you try to put them on top of each other. I wanted you to make a bouquet. Actually, in lots of places in Bulgaria, or is it Baldur's Gate, where people are friendly, they will go and give food to the neighbors by themselves. It's a tradition. Yeah, it's also done here in Turkey sometimes, in certain occasions, not often. I don't think we can go here, can we? No. Chasm between the two trees is too large to jump. Oh. So I can put this anywhere.
Well, that's sweet of you. A present.
Oh,
Don't
it
think I
works.
forgot you. I've got yours in here somewhere.
He rummages around inside his robe, produces the same nut, and presents it back to you with a smile. Wow, I thought we had accidentally sold something.
Well, that's
This character. What about Zinger?
well, that's
Okay. How do I like the game? I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I'm liking the tone, the difficulty, which is not very high, but also not like easy for a baby, you know. It's all right. The voice acting is better than I thought. I thought it would be. I'm actually surprised there is any voice acting at all because there's so much dialogue. It's not your cup of tea. Well, I kind of like this style of adventure. I have played a lot of them. I like the fantasy environment, the genre, general genre of it. I guess this is the only way. But this like this kind of adventure. Okay. Have you played other Legend games? Like have you played Shannara, Companions of Zant, Superior League of Hoboken? So how do we take this out of here? Can we? Maybe we cannot. Shannara, how do you feel about it? Do you also not like it?
Thank you very much. I still need the golden staff of rulership. She'll only regard me as an equal if I'm holding it. After I've gained her respect with it, I can woo her with these flowers and book of love poems that you gave to me. All I need is the staff.
Okay.
That's probably the hardest thing to get.
So the blue flowers were enough. What about the yellow flowers?
I can't see how...
I really like the spell casting. You know, aside from the verbs and the other puzzle solving, we also have a bunch of, you know, each of these spells is basically another verb. So another kind of action we can take on many of the items. So it makes the item interaction infinitely more complex than just a regular verb-based icon adventure, which I love. Remember, some websites used to classify these games as interactive fiction. I mean, any adventure game or any RPG or any game is interactive fiction, right? What does it mean? What does interactive fiction mean? It's... I don't know. I don't understand that, I guess. I don't need any more blue flowers. So that means I will need yellow flowers for something else. Oh, it is the... it's the yellow flowers. The stinking yellow flowers. Okay, okay. I see now. I know what we need this for. Oh, you mean interactive fiction as in what is now called visual novel, because this is definitely not a visual novel. This has a lot of puzzle solving in it.
I've no time for you and your foolishness. You're no kitchen worker, so you've no place here. Take it outside, please.
Okay, so I cannot give the yellow flowers to these, so I'm going to need to crush it somewhere. No, I think definitely it's unfair to call this game a visual novel. We have never gone ahead. Oh, we cannot go ahead. Okay. I see now. I now understand the... Yeah. So if we can find a way to cross from here to here without the use of discs, we can keep the black disc and then we can throw the black disc down the hole. Original distinction was you believe that the gameplay is rather easy in these games. It is not very difficult. I will admit that. But I have played many easier adventure games once, so if we crush this. You crush yellow flowers in your hands, somehow the action releases an incredible fall ladder, stronger than anything you've ever encountered. You've never smelled anything quite so bad, so strong. It reminds you of a carry-on left in the sun for a few weeks. If we throw these here. Okay. What if we cast Cold? Hey Daniel Berserk. This is Death Gates, a 1994 adventure game from Legend Entertainment. I think it's very cool. I really like the game. We were talking about it.
For everyone.
Hey, Spider Cookie. Hello. Hello, hello. Give me a moment. Hello, Spider Cookie. Hello, Raiders. How's everybody? How did Bloodlines go? How are you enjoying the Bloodlines? You have been playing it for a while. Are you think you are close to the end? Hey,
Oh,
Minsk.
you want me to read it in German? I mean, sure, I can read out that part in German. Mit dem RGCD können Sie die Spiele speichern und laden. Für den Fall, dass Sie einen Fehler begehen und zu einer früheren Spielsituation zurückkehren müssen, ist es unbedingt zu empfehlen, das aktuelle Spiel regelmäßig zu speichern. Außerdem ist dies hilfreich, wenn Sie ein Spiel abbrechen müssen und wieder an Ihre vorige Spielposition zurückkehren möchten.
I don't know what you are reading, but you are reading it like a champ. I'm going to give you that. Just to speaking in German, nothing to see here. Hello, everybody. It's great to see you. Manisk, Spider Cookie, Stealthy Golem. Hello. Kenjia, Marty Dots on. Welcome in. If you, anyone here, if you have not been to Spider Cookie's channel, you are missing a lot. She is, not only she is highly entertaining as a streamer, but also chooses some of the best games, I think, in my opinion. At least it appeals to my taste. Adventures, lots of RPGs. So she's in the process of playing Bloodlines. And I also saw you... Wait, I was talking to Marto about it. What were you playing? Discworld. Yes, you were also playing Discworld, the most awkward and moon-logic adventure ever made by far. So, I don't know how you are playing it without a walkthrough. And but I respect your choice and your bravery. This would loves Discworld. Well, I'm surprised. I didn't know anyone loved Discworld. So great to have you here. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for staying after the raids. If you are new here, I am Mitral. I play almost 100% adventure games and RPGs, only rarely once in a while any other genre of a game. So today we are playing Deathgate, a 1994 Legend Entertainment adventure game, which is adapted from the Deathgate book series. So it is an icon, a verb-based icon adventure where you can also cast spells, just like Loom, and that is how you try and solve the puzzles. We also play full series challenges of adventure games. I have a few days ago finished the Black Veil series, so I am switching to a new series, which is going to be Sam & Max. But I had already played the first Sam & Max game, so I'm going to start with the Telltale episodic adventures. Apart from that, we also play a lot of RPGs here in the form of this Critical Hit series, where the community chooses which games I am supposed to play. The next game we are going to start is Diablo 2, probably next Wednesday after we finish this game. And then we also have a poll in Discord trying to choose which game we are going to play after Diablo 2. And right now, which game do you think is winning? It's Bloodlines. So I'm going to be probably playing Bloodlines myself after this game, Diablo 2, and another interlude, which is going to be, I think, Unavowed. So yeah, welcome in. I hope you enjoy your time here. And thank you so much again for trusting your community with me, Spider Cookie. And let us just continue the game then. So yes, these yellow petals, the petals, crash petals of the yellow flowers is very stinky, so I thought we could use this to maybe disperse the children, but I don't think it worked. Actually, I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to do right now. Can I cast any spell to take this disc off the ground? I don't think so. Well, let's go to the other way. You hit the spell in the air, it floats slightly over the disc, it strikes and an explosion of light obscures everything. Eventually the light fades, but what reappears isn't at all what was there before. Your surroundings are completely altered. The only thing that remains is the disc, but its color has changed to black. So we have transferred from that disc to this disc, and we can take this around, but unfortunately we cannot go back there without using the discs. So maybe we are supposed to go to this far tree. Oh wait, this is the far tree that we came from. Okay. You know, the perspective of the area has always confused me. So this far tree that we see here to our top left is actually to our south. It confuses me a lot. I wonder if we are supposed to do something with the branches. Like, can we? The branch reaches out over the chasm between the two trees. At this point, you don't know what is north or south. It is impossible. It's impossible to know. I guess these correspond to a compass. So this is south, clearly, which goes here. So this screen is confusing, but other than that, this completely corresponds to this map.
Hey, Chief.
Hey, Gigi, hello. How are you, Gigi? It's great to see you. So what are we going to do with these yellow petals? Okay. I guess we can go back to the other area with the monkey and the titans.
Alright, rough, someone needs roughing up on this island.
Another Largo. Very cool. This is I pronounce this day Largo and Oscar Day. Okay, let's go here. This is where we are supposed to go. So we know where the stuff is. It's deep down that chasm. We know where the stuff is. The girl has it, human princess. We don't know where the hammer is. I mean, we kinda do. It is at the other edge of these forests with the dwarves. Did I have this game already, or is it on Steam? Unfortunately, this game is an abandonware. It is not anywhere. I think at some point a few years ago it was on GOG for a couple of months, but then it was removed from the catalog. Presumably because of some issues with the rights regarding the books and the name. So it cannot be found anywhere. I downloaded it from an abandonware website. I downloaded the CD-RIP version. I mean, technically it's not pirating, right? If it's abandonware, it is available freely. The only issue with abandonwares is not the legal side, but it is finding a reliable source to download it, because most of the abandonware sites like spreading malware. It's salvaging, yes. So anyway, we have to go to the other edge of these forests, and to do that I think we have to put the titans to sleep, and for that we have to let the princess use her flutes and play the melody in this book. What happens if I try to give this book to the princess already? Laughs in Russia, see this from 90s. Full of abandonware. Yeah. I wonder if these branches are of any significance, honestly. We have seen a bunch and we haven't been able to break any of them. And, oh, I see, okay. You toss the knot up to the animal perched on the branch. A lightning quick claw snatches the knot from the air. The animal tucks it close to his furry body, inserts two pointed talons into the hole into the shell, and exerts pressure. With a crack, the knot breaks open. The yellow petals stuffed inside the knot fly everywhere. One whiff makes the animal's nose wrinkle up. Evidently, this isn't how its favorite food is supposed to smell. It throws the knot back at you. When it lands, the meat of the knot falls right at your feet. Hey, we solved it. From the size of the knot, you'd have guessed it to contain more meat. It's about the size of your fist. It looks and smells appetizing. So maybe we can try cooking this. This pointed branch reminds you of a Monkey Island puzzle. Everyone hates that puzzle. Wait. Which puzzle? Which Monkey Island puzzle? I cannot remember. I played all of them, but I cannot remember. Oh. Yes. Well, it's not a puzzle. It's not the puzzle that's the issue. It's spotting the hotspots. It's almost impossible. It's one of the worst designs of the game, I think. In the first game, right? You show the monkey to hang on to the nose. Yeah, I don't like puzzles like that for sure. Try to hold the knot meat in the fire, but the heat of the flames drives you back. So maybe if we had one of the branches, we could barbecue it. Let's try giving the book. Oh, sorry.
No, thank you. I cannot accept presents from strangers.
can I steal the flute?
I'm sorry, but I never lend out my flute.
Am I making nut steak? Yes. Isn't this something? Oh, wait. Oh. Can I use this rope? Maybe?
Hunger rises within me.
Oh, wait. I think I might have got it. Let's try this. Hunger rises within you. So if we cannot break the branches, that means they are very sturdy, right? So we might be able to use it for other purposes if they are very sturdy. Like this? You wrap the clothesline around the branch and tie it in a knot. After pulling it a few times, you're satisfied that it's secure. Swing. Whee! Hey! Alright. You hit the disc into the bottomless maw. In seconds, it plunges out of sight. Alright, it works.
Save game.
Alright, let's save the game. You weave the spell in the air, it flows slightly over to the disc. It strikes and an explosion of light obscures everything. Eventually the light fades, but what reappears isn't at all like what was there before. Your surroundings are completely altered. The only thing that remains is the disc, but its color has changed to black. Hello. Is that you, Spider Cookie? No, this one looks more threatening, honestly. You stand on a root ledge, right on the edge of a massive web. In the center, a gigantic spider sits patiently. Okay. The web bulges in places where the spider has imprisoned its visitors. You can make out some large animals and a few human or elven figures inside the translucent web pods. Inside one of them, the pods, you see the silhouette of a staff. We should stab the spider. I'm sorry, Spider Cookie, if you are watching this. My apologies. Can we burn the spider? You think to yourself, how can I get the spider mad enough to charge? Perhaps I'll throw the ember at it. It will run right into my little trap. As soon as it's here, well, maybe I'd better come up with a different plan. So what is my trap? I push the corpse. You show the remains of the ancient traveler to one side. Underneath, you discover a patch of toadstools and a glowing arrow. Take the arrow. Take the toadstools. You grab a bunch of toadstools. Get the arrow. The arrow, although surely decades old, looks as new as it was made. It glows with a magic aura. Okay, let's identify the magic on it. Spell tells you that as long as the arrow is fired from a bow, any bow, it's magically guaranteed to hit its target. That on. That on. How are we supposed to... You try to grab one of the insects. It responds by piercing your hand with a stinger. You snatch your hand back, but it's already begun to swell. Ouch. You tried to be holding the... Okay. That's not what I tried to do. Where would I find a bow? Oh. There's a hive. As soon as you touch the hot ember to the massive hive on the tree, it bursts into flame. In surprise, you jerk your hand back and drop the shell containing the ember into the web below. It erupts with the nasty stinging bugs that had made the hive their home. Okay, so now we shoot the arrow at the spider. Okay, you really don't want to irritate the spider, really. The insects swarm all over your body. They seem pretty upset about the current state of
Your
their
sound
hive, and
card
for some
works
reason have
perfectly.
decided to take it out on you. Hey, Benny1, 666. Oh, 666. That is... Maybe you should try the evilometer commands. Can you roll? Can you back your name? Can you roll it 666? Welcome to the channel. Thank you so much for the following. Some light on your body and sting you repeatedly. The pain is fierce and you start to weaken. Okay, so let's reload. I think I know what I am supposed to do. You are evil? Yes, you are. Okay, let's do this again. So I think the plan is burning the hive, releasing the insects, shooting the arrow at the spider, luring the spider here, letting the insects swarm the spiders somehow. Somehow. But for that plan to work, we need a bow. Now, where would we get a bow? Strands of the web are as thick as sturdy cables, and at least as strong. They support the monster spider, along with quite a few pods containing previous visitors, vital fluids removed. Pink plants. Toadstools. The waxy yellow toadstools are flecked with tiny red spots, so... Reality pocket, rune transfer, no. Am I missing a bow that is supposed to be found here, or is it supposed to be found elsewhere? A root from the nearest tree curls around the web. It has enough space for you to stand safely outside the web. It's also home to another visitor who's been here quite a bit longer than yourself. Only the most resilient parts of his body remain. Apparently the bow isn't one of those resilient parts. So maybe, you know, the dwarves have been amassing weapons, right? Even though they are not using it. Maybe we are supposed to find a bow from the dwarven armory. But for that we have to solve the flute puzzle. Somehow convince the princess to play the flute, play the tune on the flute.
No, thank you. I don't.
Shoot.
Hello, good.
Thanks, Prince. I'll speak with you later.
Sure.
It's like a full circle. To convince the princess to do anything, we have to help the elven prince woo her so that he will gain her trust, and then we can ask him to ask her for a favor. So the obvious favor would be to take the gold sword to that gate, to that door. But I feel the flute is also another favor, but maybe the flute is another puzzle entirely. Eat, smell. Can I eat it? Take a small bite of the nut meat. It's very good. I'm feeling as well. So maybe we don't have to. Maybe we don't have to cook it at all. Maybe we use it as part of our trap against the spider. You gently place the nut meat on the web. The vibration travels to the center where the spider waits. It springs up and starts to lumber towards you until you remove the nut meat. Then it stops and settles down again in the center of the web. Okay, so if we burn this, then put the nut meat here. You gently place nut meat, okay. Until you remove the nut meat, then it stops and settles down in the center of the web. The insects swarm all over your body. Okay, it didn't work. Didn't work, okay. I need to get the save there. Okay. Oh. We can't put anything there. Okay. It's not just the meats, it's anything. You dodge the flying insects and touch the air briefly to the hive, but nothing happens. So what happens if I burn this? And then leave. So the insects are there. It's just a nice... Yes, exactly. I like the messages in this game. Even the error messages are not generic. It's specific to each item. And not short ones either. The flying insects continue to swarm angrily. So let's so when we leave, even if we were damaged earlier, when we leave I think we go back to full health. I mean, not that we have a health mechanic in this game, but I think we have 2 turns there and we can reset it by escaping. So how do I... Oh. Wait, no, I used the yellow flower. Toadstools? It doesn't have any taste at all. Okay. I don't... There's a wait button? Oh, you're right. Yeah. I mean, it's not what I was trying to do. I was not trying to paste time, spend time. Marmalade? You gently place the jar of marmalade. No. Filling Saul. I don't know. I think I have to shoot the arrow.
I'm sorry, but I never lend out my flute.
We can't even talk to her.
Even though you look
Oh wait, we...
I don't know you, and I don't speak to people I don't know.
Oh yeah, we can't talk to her.
I don't really have any use for... No, thank you. I don't really...
Okay, okay. Alright. So we have to give her the Book of Prion. Because that message is different. So we have to introduce ourselves or get her to trust us enough to talk to us at least. Oh. I guess it was useless, I hope. Pink plant. Eat. It's very bitter. So this is tasteless. This tastes good. This is bitter. What about the salve heals wounds? It doesn't cure colds. Wait, are you cold? Because if you're cold, I can heat you up. Princess flushes and backs away from the fire rabbits. What if I pull you down? Princess just soars fire.
What about second breakfast?
Hey, Baldur's Gate Nardello. Welcome, and how are you? Do we get a cat roll?
I never let this sword out of my possession. It represents my authority.
Lichak. That's nice.
Hello.
Where'd he go?
Where did he go? Where did who go?
That flaming Sartan. You know, Zifnab.
Oh, Zifnab. I'm not sure. Sometimes he just gets so flustered that he leaves through the disc. Seeing you sure made him flustered for some reason. We'll all wait around for a while to see.
How are you, Baldur's Gate Nerd? It's great to see you.
Thanks, Prince. I'll speak with you later.
Sure.
Maybe we go and talk to Fizban.
If it...
I have had enough.
Okay.
Well,
He's not helping. Costos. Wait, can I get more yellow flowers? Oh, I can. Oh, okay, this might change things. You know? This might change things. Fresh yellow flowers in your hand. Somehow the action releases an incredibly foul odor, stronger than anything you've ever encountered. The insects swarming around you quickly fly away from the horrible smell and keep a safe distance. Okay. Now. You gently place not beat on the web. Okay, didn't work. Insect don't stay still long enough for you to put the yellow petals on. Okay, now we are safe here, but we have to lure the spider to the insects. Okay. I can attack. I am certain it won't work, but... You leap at the spider, the rusty shear held high. You land short of the monster, right on a strand of sticky web. While you try to free yourself, the spider glides over and sinks two fangs into your back. Soon your body stiffens, and the spider wraps you up for a snack sometime later. Let's hope you're dead by then. Yeah. So I don't think I am missing any hotspots here. Can I cut the pod? You gently place your foot on the web. The vibration travels to the center where the spider waits. It springs up and starts to lumber towards you until you remove your foot. Then it stops and settles down again in the center of the web. It doesn't look like you're going to get to the pod while the spider is there. Okay. So we have to get rid of the spider. Smell, eats, smell. So we have to build a trap. One part of the trap is the insects. At least one part. Oh, with a grunt of effort, you heave the jar of marmalade at the spider. It strikes dead center and smashes open. The marmalade splashes all over its disgusting body. You can smell the sickly sweet aroma from here. The insects are immediately attracted by the sweet smell of the marmalade splashed spider. As one, they swarm towards it. The center of the web becomes a flurry of activity. The stinging insects whirl around the spider as if it thrashes in agony. Soon, the one-sided battle dies down. The spider slams onto the web in death. We killed it. We killed Shelob. You scramble over the web until you reach the pods. There, you whip out the garden shear and start to hack away at the thick, sticky strands. After a few minutes, you expose the desiccated figure within. The smell of the imperfectly preserved body almost makes you ill. After quickly searching the remains and coming up empty, you return to the ledge. Rest in peace, big spider. There doesn't seem to be a suitable place to put the shear on the gold staff. That's not what I'm trying to do. You scramble over the web until you get to the pod. There you whip up the garden shear and start to saw away at the thick, sticky strands. After a few minutes, the golden staff, as well as its grisly ex-owner, are completely revealed. You grab the staff and make your way back to the relative safety of the ledge. Okay, we've got the staff. That is what we were here for. Is there anything else? Can we pick up a piece of the web? You sew on the web a bit with your shear. The strand is either too thick or your shear is too rough to make a whole lot of progress. Okay. I think that's all we have to do here. So we give the staff to the Elven Prince. Make them a couple. Ask for favors from the princess. You give the final item to the prince and offer a quick word of encouragement. He breathes deeply to bolster his courage and strides towards the princess, holding the staff out before him like a shield. The prince nervously sidles up to the princess, her eyes open wide when she sees the object he holds, and she excitedly asks about it. He stammers an explanation, and she nods throughout, but it's obvious that he is losing her attention. He thrusts the bunch of blue flowers towards her. She gasps in astonishment, but smiles and accepts them. For the first time, you notice that she has a twinkle in her eye while looking at the prince. You sense that she is beginning to see the prince as something other than merely an elf or a prince, and more than a friend. She says nothing, however, the silence begins to expand. The prince pulls out the book of poems and flips through it. He reads at random from a poem which speaks of a man's love for his favorite steeds. When he realizes the poem's subject matter, he immediately stops and moves on to another. Instead of being insulted, the princess giggles softly at the prince's boyish attempts to enchant her. Soon he has found a heart-rending poem that actually brings tears to the eyes of the princess. At the end of the reading, she throws her arms around the prince and kisses him. He drops the book and returns the kiss. After a few minutes, the smiling prince wanders back to you.
It worked! All of it! She has agreed to consider my courtship. And I owe it all to you, my friend, more than I can ever repay. But I will try. I know that you have a quest here, but I know not what it is.
Exactly.
I will accompany and help you as I can, and perhaps I can give you some fraction of the happiness you have given me.
Greetings. My prince explained that you are a friend of his and that you helped bring us together. For that, I am indebted to you.
My role in your romance was nothing, dear princess.
On the contrary, it means everything to me. I am not blind to what the consequences of our union could mean to our races as well. It could unite our peoples. This could usher in a new age of peace. You are largely responsible for that.
The prince is a sweet guy, isn't he?
He's very sweet. A little naive, but all the more adorable because of it. I never really thought of elves that way, but he changed my mind.
Would you mind doing me a favor?
A favor? Certainly. What is it?
Can you play a quick tune on that flute?
Certainly. I'm sorry. This cough keeps me from playing for any length of time.
Oh, okay. So now she's afflicted by cold. I hope it's not COVID.
What do you think your father is going to say about your union?
I don't think he's ever considered the idea, but he has a lot of respect for the elves. After a little grumbling, I think he'll be happy for me.
That's a nice flute you've got there.
Thank you. It was given to me by my warder. He's the one who trained me to hunt and track, but he also taught me to play this flute. He is one of the only people I know who still remembers how to play the old written music. There isn't much of it left, but he collected some of the ancient sheets and kept them safe. I was honored to learn the skill from him.
Tell me a little about your people.
I thought you were human, but I guess you're not. Otherwise, my people would be your people. We're nomadic. We live all over Prion following the game we hunt. It might appear to the other races that we're rather loosely organized, but that's not true. My father leads us wisely with the council of the people. We have thrived for generations. Our lives are hard, though, and sometimes dangerous. The appeal of the elves' safe and stable society affects many of us. For some, it's too much to resist. They come to the elves as refugees and beg for whatever work is available. I think my people want to settle down. They follow my father out of loyalty, but they're ready to change the way they live. Even I wouldn't mind some stability.
Are you ill? It sounds like you've got a cough.
I do have a slight cough, but it's nothing. I caught a chill and a downpour a little while ago. I'll get over it eventually. Just now, it's not that bad.
Your sound card works perfectly.
Hey, thank you for the follows, Robert Midflint. Thank you. Welcome to the channel. I hope you enjoy your time here.
Could you take a look at this book?
Could you scratch my back right here? Oh.
I'd like to know if you could play it.
This is incredible. It's music from the ancients. What an amazing find. Would you like me to play it?
Yes, please.
Yes, start playing it now if you would.
Very well. Just tell me when to stop.
Never stop. Never. Play it forever. I remember this tune. I probably listened to it on the soundtrack. I had no idea of the context of it. Also, isn't it amazing that there are two flutes? Flute sounds coming from a single flute. I find it very impressive. So does the flute tune work from there all the way to the forest here? Oh, it should, because the Titans can hear very, very, very well, right? They can hear for miles. In the dialogue, we've seen that she can speak flute. That's the first flute. The forest is unnaturally still. There are no sounds of birds or animals. There's no wind. A young dwarf girl is tied to a tree with vines here. She looks desperate. Aha! Oh. You approach the struggling dwarf, but when you come within a few yards of her, the surrounding trees shake. Giants appear, lumbering menacingly toward you. They look vaguely human, save for their lack of hair and their huge size and their eyeless faces. Something other than the sight must direct them, for they avoid all obstacles in their single-minded pursuit of you. You retreat rather in a rush, and the forms melt back into the trees. The dwarf slumps in despair. So they are not hearing the sounds.
You've got to get out of here! There are giants everywhere! They're hiding in the trees just waiting for someone to walk into their forest so they can grab them, throw them against a very uncomfortable tree, and tie them up with vines! Leave before it's too late!
So do I have to bring the princess here? I suppose I have to. You start to wonder when something realized, something you thought was okay. Hey,
New critical
boosts.
hits boost. Baldur's Gate nerd just boosted IWD.
We love boosts here. Just that one, Baldur's Gate. Hey, we got QP boost. All right,
New
let's
critical hits boost.
let's switch
Quiescent
there.
Pandemonium just boosted Temple.
So
New
Icewind
critical
Dale.
hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Vampire.
Vampire. Vampire is almost about to be selected. Are you sure? I guess you are. Oh, Kingdom, not Vampire. And do we have Kotor? Kotor is not a command. It's not a command. Come on.
New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Kotor 2.
Kingdom. Okay. Alright, thank you so much for the boosts, QP and Baldur's Gate Nerd. For anyone new in the channel, that is what I mean when I mean the community selects the game I play. So you can add any games to these lists, subject to my approval, any RPGs obviously, and then you can boost them, try to get them up in the top 4, and then we vote on the top 4 and one of them gets selected to be played. That is the system in short.
Greetings.
Okay, let's try this.
I was wondering if you'd accompany me somewhere. I need you to use your golden sword for a task.
Of course I'll help you. I can't imagine what task would require my golden sword. It's not much of a weapon, it's a symbol of leadership. But I'll be happy to accompany you.
Okay. Come with me. Oh, we got a party. We got the elf prince. We got the human princess. Oh, interesting. Oh, I should be able to cast spells on them also. Is that how this game works? Like, can we build a party at times? I need the dwarven hammer and the whoever holds the dwarf, I guess the dwarven leader. This is so confusing. Look at this. Look at this. So this is where we land the ship. The door is to our left, but entering the ship is south, back. So left actually moves on to here, to north. So from here, the door is in front of us, but it is actually north that leads us further into the forest. It's so confusing. It's so difficult to understand at the first glance. Okay, play your tune.
Would you mind doing me a favor? Could you start playing the tune from that book I gave you?
Very well.
You slip next to the struggling dwarf and pull out the garden shear. The princess's melody appears to keep the giants at bay while you sew through the dwarf's bindings. The vines fall away just as the princess coughs and stops playing the flute. The forest erupts with the towering brutes all racing towards you with murder in their eyeless faces. You grab the dwarf's hand and sprint off to the south. The crowded forest falls away, and when your party finally has reached the clearing, you notice that the giants have stopped following you. The dwarf girl gasps for breath. Her legs were obviously made for negotiating my shorter distances. After she recovers, she looks up at you. Naturally, you expect the small creature to overwhelm you with gratitude. That is true. I'm not saying they could have done it better. But it's complex, and not complex, but difficult to easily understand.
Why did you rescue me?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
What do you mean?
I mean, why would a party of 2 humans and an elf risk their lives to save a dwarf? It doesn't make any sense.
Why wouldn't we?
It just doesn't happen. We haven't even seen an elf for generations, and the humans we have seen have been content to keep as far from us as possible. It suits us fine. Humans and elves can keep their petty wars to themselves as far as we're concerned.
Because you were in trouble. Everyone should help out those in need.
Wow, you really helped me just because I needed help? That's so nice. I don't believe it.
She wipes away tears snaking down her sideburns.
It's a custom among my people to give a favor in return for one, especially one as significant as saving a life. All you have to do is ask.
He doesn't even have a beard. Shaking your head. Yes. It is weird that dwarven females in this game don't have beards.
That's fine, but could I talk with you a while before I ask for anything?
Of course. What do you want to talk about?
Okay, this is the actual question we need to ask, so let's ask the others.
About that building to the south.
Sure. It's the great shining city. No one ever enters and no one ever leaves. The front doors are closed and nothing can open them. We've even tried tunneling in. We just bounced off the floor. It's made of something we've never encountered before.
How did you get captured?
I wandered into the forest of giants when I shouldn't have. I just wanted to see them. Everyone told me that they were actually bigger than humans. I didn't believe it until they jumped out of the trees and grabbed me. The giants don't bother anyone unless you go into their forest.
She secretly has a rock star voice.
I'm just lucky they tied me up instead of stepping on me.
Dora Pesh would be proud.
Tell me what you know about these giants.
Many generations ago, my ancestors dug their tunnels here. When they emerged from the ground to have a look around, they encountered the giants. They weren't friendly, and definitely not especially happy to meet us. Mayhem broke out. The dwarves weren't used to war, but they were quick studies. They forged weapons and battled the giants for years. One day, the giants suddenly stopped fighting. They drew back into the forest and remained there. As long as we stayed out, they left us alone. We keep the store of weapons in a vault, though, ready just in case the giants change their minds and attack. We also have an interesting legend about the giants.
Tell me the legend of these giants.
According to legend, the giants are the children of the Shining City. They lived inside it and were very happy, but they always wondered what lay outside of the city's walls. One day they snuck out. The city discovered them missing. It was furious that its children had left it, so as punishment it took away their eyes and closed its doors, leaving them outside. The Shining City became dark in its sorrow.
Unfortunately, that's not even remotely close to the truth.
The giants moved into the forest nearby. They hoped that one day the city would reopen its doors and let them in. The only memory of their time inside was a gem that one of them had brought with them. They cherished that memory and guarded it jealously. One day, the city's heart grew lonely. It decided to forgive its errant children and invite them to return, so it began to shine again. If the giants had seen it, they would have rushed home. But the city had taken their eyes, and they couldn't see the beckoning light. so they remain inside the forest, waiting for a call that came long ago. And the city waits for its children who will never return. We dwarves believe that if only we could lead the giants back to the city, they would go in and leave the forest
You
to us.
can.
We know that they are guarding the gem at the center of the forest. A few brave dwarfs have entered the forest in hopes of stealing the gem and bringing it to the shining city. The giants would follow the gem, and when they came upon the city, it would open its doors to them and they would go back home.
Wrong again. It's not the gem. It is the rune we need, I bet.
What do you know about
New
the
channel
gem?
SFX request by Paratwise.
And crystal and has
Can you
great
find the
writing
sound,
on
the
it.
proper sound?
Actually, it's not supposed to be all that valuable.
Like from
Crystal's
YouTube or
not
something.
worth much. You'd figure that something they guarded so fiercely would be worth more.
Has anyone ever been able to take the gem?
A long time ago, a dwarf named Longput the Swift ventured into the forest. Somehow he made it to the center, into a clearing, and there, lying on the ground, he discovered the gem. He grabbed it and bolted for the city. Well, the giants followed him all right, but they caught him before he got anywhere near the city. He tried hiding behind trees and rocks anywhere out of sight, but the giants homed in on him as if he were a beacon. They took back their gem and squished poor Longput.
Longput wasn't so
No
sweet,
one
was
ever
he?
come back out of the forest once they went in.
Alright, just share it somewhere. You know, in the feedback channel in Discord or something.
How far did you make it inside? Did you actually
In the
see
process, if you
gem?
could make a sound recommendation thread,
I didn't mean to go as far as I did. One step inside the forest was enough for these big bullies.
we could keep
They
the thread
grabbed
there.
me and tied me up. Didn't even say a
Thank you so
word.
much, Bert.
Do they normally squash intruders?
That's what the elders say, and no one's ever said differently. I thought maybe they were exaggerating just to keep us out of the forest, but maybe not. At least they only tied me up.
Are you sure you didn't get stepped on? You're pretty short.
One of these days, gravity is going to realize that people shouldn't have legs that long. Then you'll be sorry.
Well deserved, we deserved it.
All right? What else do you want to know?
Where do you live?
Why, right here. Well, under here, anyhow.
Oh,
We dwarves prefer to live underground.
that is where the
We have a
dwarves are,
network of tunnels that
not
runs for
on the other
miles
side
in
of the
all
forest.
directions.
Let me introduce you to my companions.
Small dwarf greets your companions. The prince bows graciously. The dwarf looks a little reserved, perhaps wondering if he's making fun of her height. She says a few words, and the prince appears a little taken aback by the dwarf's gruff and direct comments. But they speak a bit more, and soon both are laughing and enjoying each other's company. The dwarf girl soon turns to the princess, and after the initial pleasantries, the princess lapses into a coughing fit.
That's a nasty cough you've got there, princess. But I know a surefire remedy. It only requires 4 ingredients, and I've got one of them with me. Let's see. You'll need some dead man's friend,
Hey,
the meat from a zuzu nut, the roots of the plith plant.
I think
and
I have all
pineapple
3.
raspberry.
I think I have all 3. The dead man's friend is the pink flower, Zuzu nut is the nuts meat. No, dead man's friend is the toadstools, and the polite plant is the pink flower.
What the heck is Dead Man's Friend?
It's a fungus, a toadstool that tends to grow under carrion, dead bodies. That's why it's known as dead man's friend.
Can you tell me about the Zuzu nut?
The nut is named after the zuzu, a shy animal that survives on a diet.
Oh,
just
it's
to
the
meat
name
the
of the
nut.
squirrel
It's
monkey.
considered a delicacy, and it's very hard to come by. The nut's shell is incredibly thick. It's almost impossible to open. The zuzu has to be very strong just to crack them. I think you'll find a grove of the nuts off to the west. Good luck in getting at the meat.
Where am I going to find a plith plant?
They're not rare.
Plith
You
plants.
should be able to find them anywhere. The plith have pink flowers. If you see those, just pull up the whole plant. You should get the roots along with everything else.
Can I have those herbs?
Sure. I've got them here somewhere.
She pours through her dusty garments and emerges holding a handful of dried herbs. Smiling, she hands them over to you.
What are you supposed to do with all of these things?
Just feed them to her. It all ends up in the same place. After she's eaten them all, she should have shaken off that nasty cough.
Wow. It all ends up in the same stomach anyway. We will shake it in the stomach, you know? The teeth will do the grinding.
You think that this favor would make us even?
You think a simple cough remedy is worth my life? I owe you far more than that. You keep thinking about what you need. This is just being friendly.
Okay.
Can we talk about some other things?
Sure.
Do you know anything about a golden hammer?
A golden hammer? I'm not sure. Wait, I think there's a golden hammer in the weapons vault. A few years ago, there was a false alarm. We thought that the Titans were attacking, so the elders ordered that the vault be opened. Everyone took up weapons and headed towards the forest. At that point, we realized we had been tricked. Some child got his rear tanned, and everyone went to replace their weapons. I was one of the first in the vault, and I noticed a golden hammer shoved way in the back. No one had taken it. I looked at it to find out why. The weight was all wrong, and I determined that it was actually forged of gold. Can you believe it? A soft metal like gold? One strong blow and the thing would flatten. I don't understand why anyone ever made such a useless weapon.
Maybe the hammer wasn't meant to be used as a weapon.
Why would someone forge a hammer unless it was meant to be used? That doesn't make any sense.
Is there any other way into the vault?
Absolutely not. Dwarves are masters at tunneling. We made the vault impossible to tunnel into by lining it with fire-hardened metals. There's no way in unless it is opened.
Do you think you could get it for me? That could be my favor.
I don't think so. The only time the vault is open is in response to an attack by the giants. They never make exceptions. In fact, ever since the false alarm, they are more careful than ever to verify that the attack is genuine. They don't want dwarves harming themselves or others, either by accident or deliberately, by using these weapons. Some of them are very dangerous.
Okay.
Could you go ask the elders if they'd make an exception? No one seems to want the hammer anyway.
I could ask, but I already know the answer. Nothing is going to open that vault except an attack from the giants, and I really hope that doesn't happen in my lifetime. I'll go, though. Wait here. I'll be back soon.
The dwarf girl grabs the branch sticking out of the dead tree trunk and puts it in an intricate motion. Pulls it in an intricate motion, which you take the time to memorize. In response, a hidden door pops open. She ducks inside and scuttles downward into a tunnel. So while that's happening, eat these herbs. The princess accepts the herbs and gobbles them down. Eat these. The princess accepts the toastles and gobbles them down. Eat the nut. The princess accepts the nut meat and gobbles it down. The door in the stump swings open, and out steps the dwarf girl, a little out of breath and dirtier for the trip.
It's just as I thought. The elders agree that I should fulfill my obligation, but they cannot open the vault unless we are at war. Have you thought of anything else you want?
Do the elders have any ideas?
No, they're still getting over the idea that I owe a favor to a human.
Could you take me to talk to them? Maybe I could convince the elders.
You don't know the elders. We tend to be a fairly stubborn people, and the elders are about as stubborn as they come. Besides, I don't think you would be able to fit inside the tunnel. Being little comes in handy sometimes.
I don't know about anything else. Perhaps we should talk a bit more.
Fine with me.
Could we go back to the subject of the golden hammer again?
What do you need to know about it?
This is getting us nowhere. The only thing I need is the golden hammer. Could you go try again to get it?
Nothing's going to change. But if it will make you happy, I'll go back in and rack my brains. I'll try everything, and I won't come back out until I've got it. Don't get your hopes up.
Very well. If you do somehow get the hammer, meet me at the Shining City. I need you to do something with it there.
The dwarf girl slips back into the hollow stump and closes the door behind her. Princess accepts the pink blend and gobbles it down. After she finishes her snack, she looks up in surprise. She breathes deeply, but her lungs are clear. Her cough has disappeared. Very nice. So let's cause a war. Let's start a war. Okay. Okay. Talk to the human princess, yeah. That's what we need to do.
Would you mind doing a favor? Could you start?
The further you move into it, the darker the forest becomes. You see more titans scattered throughout the trees. The forest is lousy with titans. There are almost as many of the giants as there are trees. The titans are gathered around one tree here. High in its branches, you see something made of crystal, clearly the focus of the titans' attention. And it has footholds. You approach to that tree, grab onto the lowest branch, and start to hold yourself up. The branch bends under your weight, and you realize that it could never support you. You release it and step back. Crystal fragment is out of reach, nestled high in the branches of the dead tree. One branch on the tree looks especially thin. You are certain that it could not support your weight. Maybe it can support the elephants. Ah, you're kind of scrawny for your age, aren't you? Could you climb the tree and get that crystal?
Could you climb the tree and get that crystal?
Alright, I'll be back in a moment.
The prince tiptoes around the unnaturally still giants, walks up to the tree, and grabs the crystal fragment. He climbs part of the way down and looks around nervously at the titans, and drops heavily to the ground. He runs up and delivers the crystal to you, sweating and puffing. Okay, so it's actually a crystal fragment, so I think... Exiting the forest, you notice the deep rumbling behind you. You realize that the titans further in are probably out of the range of the fool's memory. They've fallen out of trial, noticed that their precious relic has been stolen, and started to rampage directly toward it. And not coincidentally, you.
They're coming and they'll be here before you know it. The flute's no good anymore. When they find us with the relic, they'll tear us apart.
The relic! That's what they're really after! We've got to get rid of it!
Yes, so we open this, right? Copying the movement of the young dwarf, you pull at the twisted branch sticking out of the stump. A door pops open. Inside you see a narrow tunnel that leads straight down, and throw the crystal down. You toss the crystal fragment into the hollow stump. You hear it bump against the sides as it falls deep into the dwarven caves below. The titans come crashing through the forest, no longer concerned about what they crush in their path. They totally ignore you and your companions and focus on the stump in the middle of the clearing. After a couple of attempts, they slowly begin to realize that even the smallest of their number is never going to be able to fit inside the dwarven tunnel. Although this fact might have stopped someone even slightly smarter, the titans aren't even slowed. With bare hands, they begin to excavate their own tunnel. The dwarf curses and battle cries float up from the hole. Save again. So far, so good. You climb inside the hollow stump, but quickly realize that the dwarven tunnel is far too narrow for your girth. Indeed, it is probably too narrow for any race, save the dwarves themselves. You clamber out the trunk and brush yourself off. So if he waits... Nothing happens. Armed only with the rusty shear, you rush at the gigantic, immense, huge, invincible titans. To your credit, you actually... Okay, we tried this before.
Greetings, my friend.
Stay a while and listen.
Would you mind doing me a favor?
A favor? Certainly. What is it?
Could you start playing the tune from that book I gave you?
Very well. Just tell me when to stop.
A haunting, hypnotic melody emerges. Compared to the silent, motionless, tree-like state they were accustomed to, these frantic wild titans are like tornadoes. They leave a swath of destruction throughout the forest as they search for their artifacts. The titans are everywhere, crashing through the trees as if they were underbrush. The forest is not a safe place to go wandering right now. Oh, so we did what you were supposed to do.
When the crystal gem dropped from above, right on the elder's head. Before I could even laugh, I heard the pounding of the giants trying to get inside the tunnel. The elder went crazy. He sounded the alarm and opened the vault right then and there. I grabbed both the crystal gem and the golden hammer and took a back tunnel here. I guessed that I could get rid of my obligation to you and lead the giants back to their home. Here's the hammer you wanted. I'm glad to have been able to repay you. Now all we have to do is wait for the giants to come home. They'll arrive, the doors will open, and everyone will be happy. I hope.
As hard as she tries, she can't conceal her fear at the pounding footsteps that get closer with every passing moment. You direct the three youngsters to put their respective symbols into the recesses on the citadel door. None of them grasps your meaning entirely, but you assure that all will be made clear shortly. When the last symbol is slid into the place, the doors swing inward, revealing a gleaming city, an ancient city of the Sartan. The Titans arrive, legs pumping, but when they come upon the gaping doors of the citadel, they lose all interest in the crystal fragment. Instead, they file into the city and take positions in front of massive machines, as if they knew what they were doing.
There's room enough for all of the races here. If we could live together, we could do it better than ever.
It seems that they do. A few minutes of tinkering and button pressing pass before the city comes to life. Lights flare and the entire citadel begins to unpleasantly. The mensch wander in, their eyes wide with wonder. Thinking about your quest, you regain the crystal fragment from the distracted dwarf. And he says the prince, and the sentiment is echoed by his two companions. If we could live together, we could do it better than ever. The mensch go on, but something else has attracted your attention. An archway, only a few dozen feet inside the citadel, is decorated by the fire seal piece. A flare just inside the citadel's gates catches your eye. You see Zifnab coughing and ineffectually brushing soot from his robes. He looks up, sees you as well, and smiles.
Hello, my boy! I knew you could do it! They put their symbols into the face of a mysterious building without even knowing why. Quite an achievement if you ask me. That shows leadership qualities. You've inspired loyalty in these children. They trust you. Does your heart good to see them together, doesn't it? Too bad it's only for a little while, It's a good thing they don't know that you're just scouting for your lord. That soon he will destroy these children's lives for his dreams of conquest.
When you put it like that.
That would just ruin their day. Better keep this between you and me if you know what I mean. Don't worry, Haplo, I won't interfere in your mission. In fact, I have a present for you. I tried to take up a collection around the office, but no one there seems to like you very much. I wasn't going to say anything, but they all think you're on the side of evil. That doesn't make you very popular. Most of their ideas of a going-away present took the form of a punch in the mouth. I stuck up for you, though. He's not a mindless puppet, I said. He has very good reasons for wanting to destroy everything. I'm sure he's thought this whole thing through. They seemed a little doubtful, but I know my old buddy Haplo. You'll come through in the end. Anyway, since no one chipped in, I got you this. It's a genuine 100% natural, roughly spherical, all-purpose evil combating device. Really? I know you're thinking, Zifnab, how can this obviously rare and well-crafted document holder also combat evil? Well, fear not. This particular paperweight is magic.
Oh, is it? He handed us an ordinary rock, by the way.
As the stone approaches true evil, it will glow. Soon, you will encounter an evil greater than any you've ever known, even in the labyrinth. And it has magic. Horrible, powerful, destructive. Much different than the magic that we command. The rock will react to this magic. The closer you get, the brighter it will glow. When you are in its very presence, crush the rock. You'll know the right time.
What will happen when I crush it?
I don't know, but I'm sure that it will be impressive. And just in case it doesn't work, use the backup plan. Hurl that sucker. I find that a nice solid puck upside the head always slows evil down.
Okay.
Now you're thinking, how can he afford to give this away? Well, that's very astute of you, Haplo. I can't afford it. Of course, I'm taking a loss on this transaction, but when your friends start asking you, where'd you get that great evil combater?
Is Zifnab secretly Stan?
Zifnab, and soon they're telling their friends, and they're telling their friends. Eventually, everyone has a Zifnab special.
He certainly Stan.
Take Prion Seal Piece, Haplo. Go back to your lord. But remember what you've seen here. Remember these people. Consider carefully exactly what you are doing and why.
He turns and exits the citadel. By the time you reach the doorway to follow, he has disappeared. You take the fire seal piece. Two planes down, yes. Do you want to boost, by the way? Hey! I saw you checking your points. If you want to boost, feel free. You hand over the fire seal piece and quickly recount your experiences on Prion. Sar listens closely to your description of Zifnaf and the Titans, obviously troubled by both encounters. Oh, I'm sorry. Alright. Alright.
Excellent.
Be right back.
You
See you in a
exceeded
bit,
even
Bart.
my best expectations. Not only did you recover Priam's seal piece, but you have discovered a living Sartan. I doubt that he is alone as he claims, and the addition of these Titans to his forces means that he is someone to be reckoned with. I will have to adjust my plans to compensate. We might have to destroy this citadel to be sure of the giant's destruction. It is a shame you couldn't bring Zifnab back with you for further questioning. You have the crystal fragment of the world seal. Use that to place the naming rune of Abarak upon your steering stone, and then leave as soon as you can. Events are occurring at a fast pace. If even one Sartan knows you exist, we must assume they all do. But we need information. I must know what the other realms are like, where the Sartan's forces are, and what they number. And I need those seal pieces. Good luck, my son.
You discovered the term chirking. Chatting while lurking. How does that work? How do you lurk and chat? If you are lurking... I mean, if you are chatting, you are not really lurking, are you? You lurk and chat all the time? But what is lurking then? How do you define lurking in that case? Zifnab seemed mad. Okay.
Zifnab seemed mad, but he genuinely cared about the mensch there. He had a plan to make their lives better.
Who knows how far gone
You
that
go in and
Sartan
out of lurk all
was.
the time.
Living in solitude with those mensch would have driven anyone insane. No wonder he was obsessed with them.
Yeah, I understand
when
that.
the world is reformed and we destroy the citadel, he'll disappear along with it.
So chirking means you occasionally lurk and other times you chat. Sometimes you chat, sometimes you don't, and instead you lurk. Is that chirking? It's weird.
What about Zifnab's dragon? Do you consider him a threat?
If I believed in him, I would. Don't take this personally, my son, but dragons are fairy tales, legends, nothing more. This Zifnab played on your gullibility. I've read that the Sartan used to command the art of illusion.
Lurking is all or nothing.
The dragon for your benefit, to keep you from killing him. It worked, didn't it?
I mean, I am also a lurker in most channels. I don't usually participate in chats. I just like listening. Sometimes not even watching, just listening. But there are times when I like to chat from time to time. I don't think I have ever started watching a stream from minute 1 and continued watching until the end of it. Except on rare occasions. I always lurk at least 90% of the time, I think. And that's most of the Twitch viewers anyway.
If you destroy the citadel, won't that kill the mensch that have moved inside?
Are you questioning my tactics? Don't you understand that the threat represented by the Titans far outweighs the importance of the lives of a few mensch? Don't
Yeah,
get
choking
personally
is the
involved
default,
with them,
I think.
Apollo. This is war. There are always sacrifices.
Can we talk about some of the subjects you touched on earlier?
Of course. What do you want to know?
Let's go back to some other topic.
Of course. What do you want to know?
That's enough for right now.
Okay, we are
I'd
done.
like to talk to you later if you don't mind.
Very well. I'll be here.
You transfer the crystal fragment onto the steering stone. You call on the power of the steering stone to take you through the Death Gate and into Abarak, the world of stone. Your ship flies from the Death Gate into a river of lava, walls of dark rock enclose you in a giant cavern so large that it actually houses a city carved from the stone. You dock the ship a small distance away. We have a stone. Tifnaf stone is unremarkable in shape, somewhat rough, but without sharp edges. It's fairly ordinary in appearance, too. Some gift, a run-of-the-mill rock. Okay, let's try to identify it, actually. Identify is troublemaking sense of the rock's magic, which is unlike the magic you command. In fact, the rock is either so ordinary or so completely dissimilar to anything you've ever encountered that the spell can't make heads or tails of it. Okay. What happens if it crashes? You press on the stone with all your might, but fail to even dent it. When you look closely, you notice that the crystal object is a fragment, a piece of something larger. It's roughly octagonal, and has the naming rune for the world of stone carved into it. You guess that it's a fragment of a copy of the entire world seal carved from the crystal. Can we? Maybe? No. Okay. Still have this arrow, but no bow. It's hard to make out more than a blur of furrowed rows in the soil. You'll have to get closer to see it better. Okay. We have lava. Lava flows freely through the channels around you like a river. Your ship flows easily on the surface. The magically treated wood keeps the angry lava from doing any damage. The heat and fumes are suffocating. Only your innate survival magic acquired during your years in the labyrinth keeps you from dropping to your knees. Let's see. Okay. Here, a hulking figure shuffles from a dried-up pond to a field, long dead. Behind them, a cave opens into a cavern wall. Beyond the lava river, you see a city in the distance. Dead worker. Oh, it's a zombie? The hulking corpse just stares at you. Greetings.
Greetings. Who are you?
Who? Name Jethro.
Jethro Tull. It doesn't look like Ian Anderson.
What is this place?
What? Place? Home. What are you doing? Doing? Water. Plants.
Would you accompany me?
The corpse shuffles over beside you and looks at you expectantly. Okay, we got someone in our party.
That's a nice bucket. Would you give it to me?
The corpse looks at the bucket for a moment, then silently hands it to you. Throwing things into a lava river is a really good way to lose them for good. Think a bit before you try this again.
Would you See you later, Mr. Excitement.
You put the pill on the field, but even it doesn't help the crop, so you take it back. Without any direction, the confused dead worker returns to his routine of watering the dead plants. without holding the. It looks as if this was once a spring-fed pond, continually replenished. That was long ago. However, and now the ground isn't even damp. Do we have any magic? None of the spells. Okay. What about the healing salve? No.
Would
You are surrounded by the stone buildings of the deserted town, including a clock tower to the east and an elegant residence to the north. The dead worker's doll's eyes roam around, confused. I want to test where he accompanies me to. The shallow cave ends in an unnatural wall covered by carved dwarven symbols. A coiled snake studies you. The dead worker's dull eyes roam around, confused. You take the rocks without any direction. The confused dead worker wanders off.
Would you?
You try to sneak past the snake, but it's far too alert. It watches you with predatory eyes, just waiting for you to come within striking distance. No. Ah, come on. I meant to undo. Go grab that snake.
Go grab that snake.
The worker turns his gaze to the coiled snake in the middle of the cave. He shuffles over and grabs it. If a snake could look surprised, you'd swear it was stunned by the sulking corpse. It whips around and bites him, but the worker doesn't even seem to notice. Can we kill the snake? Cut the snake with the shear. You decide to try for a cheap shot while Jet rolls the snake. Even in his grasp, the snake lunges for you, hissing and spitting. You decide to leave the nasty little creature alone without interrupt. No, I pressed the wrong thing again.
Go grab that. Go grab.
Can we pet the snake? You decide that all the snake needs is a little affection. Perhaps that would change his disposition. You gather him up and pet him. He looks genuinely happy, just before he bites your head off. This is that game. Exactly. So what do I do with the snake? Crush? Oh. Let's hit the snake. The snake whips around frantically, banging off the rock walls. You wouldn't get near a snake this angry for anything. It doesn't look. I don't think we can do anything with the snake right now. The base of the tower is unadorned. A ladder leads up, but it is broken. A rope hangs down within reach. Without any direction, the confused dead worker wanders off. So he doesn't come here. You stand in the foyer of a small house. Stairs lead up to another level, and double doors are set in the east wall. Without any direction, the confused dead worker wanders off. Okay, he doesn't come here either.
See ya.
So, doesn't come here. No, he does. He does come here. Hey, WF. Hello. How are you, WF? Happy Thanksgiving.
How you doing? How you doing?
Would you accompany me?
I don't know if it's something you say in Thanksgiving. Can we take him to the ship now? Are you streaming today, VF? Or are you taking a Thanksgiving day off?
Would you...
So I think we need the hulking corpse here with the snake. Metal hook is tied to the rope hanging down from the clock mechanism far above. Can we pull it? Oh, that makes sense. Put rocks. You fill the bucket with the heavy rocks. Now that you've gone through the trouble to substitute the bucket for the clock's missing weight, it seems a shame to remove it. No stream today. There may be periods where you have to lurk. Sure, no worries at all. This is a busy day, right? With family, probably. Can we climb? Ladder's condition is contagious, and when climbing, it is liable to break something. Chances are it would be your neck. Oh, do we climb the hook? I mean the rope? You grab the hanging rope and hold yourself up. You stand on a small platform behind the clock's mechanism. The back of the clock face takes up the west wall. Okay. Escapement. The escapement is part of the clock's mechanism. When a weight pulls and unwinds the rope around the drum, the escapement allows it to drop in small increments. This causes the gears to turn slowly, moving the clock's hand at a steady pace to ensure accurate time. Currently, the drum's rope is completely unwound. It hangs down almost to the ground. Hey, Vincino Man! Happy Thanksgiving! How are you today? Also, how are you, VF? Did I ask you? I forgot. If I haven't, my apologies.
Hey.
How is the both of you? How is your Thanksgiving going so far? I assume it's rather early in the day for you. Like 10 a.m. or something? Around? Hey ya. Hey ya. Hey ya. Hey ya. With both hands, you turn the crank and wind the rope around the drum until you see the hook. The drum locks when the rope has been drawn entirely up. The weight of the rocks in the bucket pulls at the rope wrapped around the clock's drum. Slowly it begins to unwind. Turn the drum and move the clock's gears. Oh, that makes me hungry. Hunger rises within me. The rope is already wound around the drum. Since the escapement doesn't allow the drum to turn in the other direction, the crank is locked. You hear two distinct bongs of the clock tower's bell. The doors to either side of the clock face open. An iron statue grinds inside along the rusty track. Oh. The statue clearly represents a Sartan, perhaps royalty, given the crown and the scepter he holds. The entire figure is made of wrought iron, save for the headpiece of the scepter, which is carved from a glossy black stone. I don't know what we are doing here, but we are able to do stuff, so I will go ahead with it. Can we cast motion on the statue? I'm also doing well, by the way. Having hell of a time with this game, really enjoying it. This far from the ground, the spell has no immediate effect, but if someday a work crew takes the statue down for clearing, they'll be in for a surprise. See you in a bit, not parrots. VF. I'm used to saying see you in a bit, parrot. You strain at the rusted dial for a few moments. Eventually, you're able to advance the clock's hand to point just before the third mark. Can we take the headpiece? Oh no. Take the headpiece. The headpiece of the scepter is held firmly by iron tongs. You can't budge it by hands. As soon as you pull the lever, the drum starts spinning uncontrollably. The rope gradually unwinds until it almost reaches the ground. See you in a few parrots. Yes. Let's turn this a bit. Rope is loaded one around the drum. Since the escapement doesn't allow the drum to turn in the other direction, the crank is locked. Okay. How many times does it have to... Okay, I have... Okay, it's gone. It's back. Hmm. I'm trying to see if anything happens at a certain hour. Statue was gone at 6. Maybe it wasn't gone at 6. Maybe it was gone when I waited for a while. Let me test that. What's happening? Did I skip 6? I did skip 6. What? Why did I do that? Uh, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. It had nothing to do with 6.
How may I be of assistance, sir?
The decaying butler attempts to draw himself up, but the weight of the chain around his waist keeps him slumped over. How may I be assistant, sir?
Who are you?
My name is Aramas. I serve Balthazar, the master of the house. His work
Balthazar
is
the monk?
very important and cannot be disturbed, so he retains me and a few other servants to handle the domestic work.
Who else does Balthasar retain to serve him?
In addition to myself, Balthazar employs a nanny who cares for the master's young children, and a housekeeper who does the cooking as well.
There's a housekeeper? Isn't it kind of dirty around here? I'd say this housekeeper is slacking off.
The house is a little dusty, but I'm sure she'll get on the job soon.
Who is Balthazar?
Balthazar is the personal necromancer to the King of Khan Telest. He's one of the more celebrated sorcerers in the city.
What important work is he doing?
He does what all necromancers do. He resurrects and sustains the dead so that they can serve the living. But he also spends much of his time researching new magic arts. It's not a very popular activity among other necromancers. In fact, it used to be a crime. But as my master was mentor to most of the others, and because he is a man of power and influence, his research isn't questioned. Not that Balthazar would care in any case.
What magic arts is he researching?
What do I look like? A necromancer? I'm just his personal servant. I don't pry into his work. It could be hazardous to my health.
Yeah. Because otherwise, you look perfectly healthy.
Actually, you look like a corpse. I doubt your health could deteriorate much more.
There's no need to be rude.
Why can't he be disturbed?
An interruption at the wrong time could have disastrous results. His old butler interrupted him once. My first job was to scrape his entrails off the walls.
Is that why that door is locked?
Yes. He takes his breaks at certain times, and only then
What time?
is it safe to enter. Soon it will be time for his tea.
What's the tea
I'm
time?
waiting for the housekeeper to bring it.
What's the tea time?
Enough about your employer.
As you wish.
What time is the tea? Come on, tell me.
What's behind that door?
That's my...
Oh, that's my master's study, wherein he works his magic and researches the mystic arts. It's off limits to everyone, including his children, especially his children. The volatile nature of his work makes even the briefest visit potentially fatal.
Why do you have a key chained around your waist?
This is the key to the study door. My master requires his privacy. I only open the door to give him his meals and when he breaks for tea. Right now, I am waiting for the housekeeper to give me the tea tray. The master will be expecting it soon.
What time is the tea?
Do you think you could open the door for me? The master is expecting my visit.
The master isn't expecting anyone today. And even if he was, he would leave his study to speak with you. He doesn't allow anyone inside, except myself.
Could you go in and give him a message for me?
Okay.
I can only enter at predetermined times when it's safe to do so. I cannot enter simply to give a message to him.
Why don't you let me carry that key? It looks a little heavy for you.
It's strange. Lately this key has seemed heavier than ever. But it is my duty to hold it for my master. I shall never let it out of my possession while I live.
Exactly. You don't live, so... I mean... we have the same ideas with Haplo every time.
Give me the key.
I'm not dead, just a little confused. I did have a bad fight with the plague some time ago, but I pulled through. I'm here, aren't I?
You didn't pull through, they pulled you back.
Seemed somewhat fuzzy.
Is there any other way into the study?
There is a window, but it's very high off the ground. Too dangerous to enter or exit. The master made the study as inaccessible as possible. He doesn't want to be disturbed.
When exactly do you expect the housekeeper to bring you the tea?
Oh, she should be along any time now.
Perhaps we should talk about something else.
As you wish.
Why are you standing around? Aren't you dead?
Dead? Dead tired, maybe. I don't get enough of rest. Lately, even the act of standing upright has become difficult. I'd need a vacation.
You need a coffin.
Where is everyone?
Where is who? Whom did you expect to find? I believe you'll find the children upstairs with the nanny, and the master hard at work in his study.
What is this place?
Well, this is the city of Telestia, one of the oldest and grandest cities in Abarak, aside from the city.
Oh. Aside from the cities in Cairn Necros at the world score.
And we're very proud of our accomplishments.
That's interesting.
Telestia was built by the dwarves for the other mensch races when they were all still alive. dwarves themselves lived in caves not too far from here.
One of the sound files must be damaged or something.
Dwarves' artistry remains throughout the city. For example, the iron statue in the clock tower is ancient. It is the exact likeness of Clytus the first in the line of dynasts who have ruled over Abarak. The detail is excellent. Even the royal scepter, still carried by Clytus XIV, is a perfect replica of the original. They say that
so we have to do the old switcheroo.
The first personal dwarf slave after the dwarf went mad. The madness obviously didn't affect his artistic talent, though.
What happened to the other races?
The weaker races died off shortly after they were transplanted to this world. They didn't have strong enough magic to survive the harsh environment of Abarak.
Where exactly did the dwarves live?
I believe they once lived in caves just outside of the city. I can't be certain, however, that it isn't simply legend. The region hasn't been explored
No.
in a long time.
What did you do, Parrot?
Where is Karn Necros?
It's at the core of the world. I've never been there. In fact, no one in this Karn has. We've never traveled outside of the city. We've never had to.
Does the dynast rule this city?
Not really. We've never even seen him. Our king has ruled Telestia for ages. The dynast only rules here on paper.
Is this scepter anything special?
Of course. It is the scepter of rulership. It gives incredible magic power to he who wields it. The original dynast, Clytus I, created the scepter, and his line has used it to secure their leadership ever since. No one would dare oppose a dynast who has control of the scepter.
Why did Clytus' slave go mad?
The dwarf was the first experiment in necromancy. Some say that the art wasn't perfected when Clytus I brought his slave back to life, and that insanity was the result. Afterward, Clytus banished the slave back to the ancestral dwarven lair to sit in solitude forever. This didn't affect the dwarf's devotion to his lord, however.
The voice acting.
Resurrected, it learns very little, and it usually reverts to doing whatever it did during life. The dwarf continued to worship Clytus I. He even carved the statue in the clock tower to honor him. Few believe that Clytus was deserving of such an honor, but even fewer will admit that in public. Clytus XIV reveres his ancestor, and no one speaks ill of either of them without fear of being turned to dust.
Enough about this place.
As you wish.
Could you accompany me?
Regrettably, I cannot. I have to serve.
So the tea time must be 2 or something.
I must stay here as long as my master desires.
You're as interesting as a corpse. This conversation is over.
As you wish.
Goodbye, sir.
To get the key, the dead butler doesn't stop you, but to have a chain around his waist does. You can't cut the shear with the chain. What? I'm not trying to cut the shear with the chain, I'm trying to cut the chain with the shear. What? Cut the chain with the shear? You saw at the chain, but even as old as it is, it does more damage to your shear than the shear does to it. Okay. Double doors are locked.
The smallest people made their home
Aww.
in caves and caverns all
There are no
day.
children here.
They'll only come outside to play when all the arrows point the way. Which way, you ask? Where are they found? Just out of sight under the ground. Don't look too close, they'll run away unless the arrows point the way.
You slide the book out of the dead nanny's wrinkled hands. She doesn't resist, but no sooner is the book gone than she stops speaking. Her eyes go blank, and she sits motionless. She sits motionless. She doesn't sit motionless. Glance at the tea set, but seeing that it's not her book, loses all interest. It's what about this? No. Can we give it back? We can.
Smallest people made their home in caves and caverns all
The
their
little
own.
ones. Nanny stares to the ground, motionless, purposeless.
Who are you?
I'm the nanny of this family. I take care of the children while the master does his research. In fact, I should be reading to the children right now as they go to sleep. Have you seen my book?
Why do you read the same rhyme over and over?
I read until the children have gone to sleep. I must read now. Where is my book? I can't find my book.
Who do you read to?
To the children. Aren't they precious? I've taken care of children most of my life. I love to read to them. I should be reading to them now.
Would you accompany me? I know where your book is.
You know where my book is?
Oh.
Please take me to it. I must read to the children. They can't go to sleep without their rhymes. They need me, you see.
Okay. Come with me. You hand the tea set to the dead butler. He accepts it gravely and looks at the double doors. Then he just waits. Time passes, time passes, time passes, time passes. Ah.
Would you go grab that snake?
The smallest people made their home in caves and caverns all their own. They'll only come outside to play.
Would you
The dead worker listens carefully to the dead nanny reading the nursery rhyme. His adult brain becomes very confused and he wanders off. Oh, maybe. No, it doesn't work. Go over and grab that snake.
go over and grab that snake?
She strides over and grabs at the snake. Her frail grasp is no match for the snake's ferocity, however, and after a brief but decisive battle, she returns to the other side of the cave, defeated.
Let me give you back your book. Please, read from it. I do so love your dulcet tones.
The smallest people.
I thought I could put the snake to sleep or something.
Would you accompany you?
What happens if I...
The smallest people made their home in caves and
Uh-oh.
caverns all their own.
Uh-oh.
They'll only come. The smallest
Uh-oh.
people made their home
Oh.
in caves and caverns all their own.
Give me that book. Maybe if you didn't have your nose in it, you'd notice that I'm trying to speak to you.
They'll only come outside to.
Okay.
Would you?
What? Did we bug this out? Would you
Would
accompany
you
me?
accompany me? You. Would.
Okay.
Go grab. Go over and grab.
No. What can we do, if anything? I don't think we can do anything. Can we put the butler to sleep?
The smallest people made their
No.
in caves and
Would you...
Okay, let's try other things. So I need to somehow take the scepter.
Save game.
Yeah, let's say okay.
You're quite...
Grab the hanging rope and hold yourself out. The nanny grabs onto the rope, tries to climb it, but falls down. She regains her feet, but just stands silently. Okay, let's try. 1.
Now that you have the tea, what are you waiting for? Open the door and give it to your master.
Yes, I do have the tea, but I must wait until the appointed time until I open the door. Otherwise, I might interrupt a vital experiment. That would be disastrous for Balthazar's research, and perhaps for myself as well.
What time is tea served?
The 4th
4th hour. Okay.
I'll recognize it when the tower clock strikes 4 bells. He expects his tea at the same time every day.
You're as...
Okay. Okay. Hello. Where's the master? Huh? You take the book from the book stand. Furniture is either carved from rock or made from petrified weeds of... Wait, are we locked here? Actually, the end result is rather attractive. The red butler jerks into motion and shuffles out the double doors, closing them behind them. No, okay, it's not locked. Not locked anymore. Furniture is either carved from rock or made from petrified weeds of some sort. You have a desk. Window. A half circle cut in the wall overlooks the city, bathed in the hellish red light of the lava river. There's nothing here apart from this book. How long is this? Necromancy. Possession. Oh, wait. I might have to do this myself. Me and my amazing drawing skills. It's terrible. It's terrible, but it works. Oh. Wait, 5 pieces?
Your sound card works perfectly.
Hey. Thank you for the follow, Mo. Thank you. Welcome to the channel. Notebook can win? Never. Never. It's terrible. Can you see? Unravel illusion. Let's see. Oh, we learned a new place. Okay. You learned 2 spells. Okay, I didn't have to draw them. You close the book and replace it in your inventory. Let's see what we learned. Possession and ward. This powerful spell can only be cast by a group of talented sorcerers working together. It erects a shield which effectively repels all foreign magic, including magic objects and creatures. Okay, what about possession? Using this spell, the caster can inhabit the body of a lower life form, usually that of a domesticated animal. Solo. Oh. Maybe we can possess the zombie? The soul of the caster exits his original body, leaving it effectively helpless and only barely alive. And enters the target. While inside, he can direct the new body with virtually total control. Like other spells of this creature, it requires physical contact to initiate. And when the caster wishes to return, touching his original body will transfer his soul back again. If the caster does not return his soul to his original body, he will eventually forget his identity and begin to think and act as if he truly was the target creature. Would this work, I wonder? I want to try.
Would you... Go...
Or we can possess the snake. You reach a hand toward the snake, held by Jethro. The snake nonetheless manages to twist and lunge for you. Okay. That didn't work. Well, let's try this area. Let's see what's here in this new area. Titus Palace. I mean, we probably need the fake scepter from the statue. Can we possess the statue? I mean, we might as well try, right? It might work. Cast a spell on the statue, but the statue is in the lower life form, so the spell is... Oh, did you hear that, chat? Statue is a higher life form than we are. It's a part of the statue. It flares out into 2 tongues of the end. So 2 tongues... And it's a metal rock. What did I say? Did I say metal rock? There's a black rock. Like some, I don't know, a diamond? On the flat end is a single graven line. Game's teaching me some manners. I am failing to learn. Okay. Where is the nanny? Oh, nanny is here. You know what?
You're quite the
No. No, 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 no. Why don't you wait here?
Wait here. I'll bring...
You'll bring me the book.
If we wait enough.
Made their home in caves and caverns all their own. They'll only come outside to play when all the arrows point.
She has a name. Yeah, her name is Nanny. Nanny Calavera. Does she like to keep her book where her heart used to be? Close to where her heart used to be. You take a few steps in, but the cave quickly branches into many tunnels. You become very confused, so you turn back.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
You walk purposefully towards the front entrance. The guards there stare at you in wonder, never having expected anyone to willingly walk into the palace. As soon as you approach, one of the guards barks out, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" You explain that you are trailing the refugees from Celestia. The guards claim he doesn't know what you're talking about, but a knowing look to his companion leads you to believe otherwise. They inform you that all visitors must see the dynast. He makes his habit to greet them personally and hold a banquet in their honor. Again, the knowing look that passes between the guards is disquieting. With a grip that is more insistent than friendly, the first guard escorts you into the palace. You wait for about an hour in a bare room with a single door and no windows. Then the same guard takes you to a large room with a long table piled with food and drink. At the head of the table, a man wearing rich robes and crown of gold sits in a throne-like chair. A broad, welcoming smile on his face, he invites you to sit and partake of this meal set out in your honor. For lack of a better plan, you sit down.
Greetings, my friend. My name is Clytus the 14th. I am the dynast of Abarak, and I rule here, but you probably know that. I'm always pleased to receive visitors. I get so very little. Please, tell me how things are in the outer reaches.
I am not your friend, Clytus.
The outer reaches aren't good. Water's drying up. Life is difficult, if not impossible.
I have heard
alright, GG, alright.
reports about the quality of life.
Boost away and then go enjoy the World Cup games. Thank you so much for being here.
I've been waiting for first-hand
I will see you next time, hopefully.
I'm glad you're here. Are you a refugee? Are there others that require assistance?
New critical hits boost. Xav just boosted Black Geyser.
Black Geyser. I love seeing this boosted. Going up all the way from the bottom.
Xav just boosted Diablo 3. New critical hits boost. Xav just boosted Path of Exile.
Alright, thank you. Enjoy the games. I'm a refugee. I'm an emissary of about 10,000 people.
I am a refugee. I'm an emissary of about 10,000 people. Could you put them up?
10,000? That's quite a few. I will do what I can. Can you tell me where they are hidden? Camped, I mean.
Hey, you are getting parrot boosts.
Parrotwise just boosted Black Geyser.
Let's do
Couriers
it.
of Darkness.
Let's do it.
New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Path
What
of
is
Exile.
eyes? What is eyes, GG? Are you mimicking GG? Oh. You got Betrayal in Antera.
New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Betrayal in Antera.
Alright, thank you. Thank you for the boosts.
Why do you want to know?
I have nothing but your and their interests.
Go for the
at
eyes!
heart. I merely want to help.
Go for the eyes. I forgot my own
Assistance, I
commands.
don't know where they are.
Why did you say hidden?
Just a slip of the tongue. Pay it no mind.
I don't know if that would be a good idea.
Alright, GG.
I'm sure
See you next
that
time.
after careful consideration, you'll come to realize that I only mean to help you and your people. A little skepticism is understandable. You know, you look very different. Foreign. I've seen people from all over Abarak, and you look like none of them. Who are you? Where are you from?
I came from Karn Telest. You know of it?
Telest? You know, I think I've heard of that place recently, but I can't quite remember where. Where are my manners? You've probably been traveling for some time and are very hungry. I've been forcing you to converse while all of this food is laying here getting cold. You have my leave to partake. We will talk more later, I'm sure.
I'd rather not if you don't mind. I'm not very hungry.
Perhaps a toast would be appropriate. We must drink to our new relationship.
I don't feel very safe at the presence of this man. I think he's trying to poison us or something. The Linus produces a bottle of red wine from the bar behind him and pours a single glass. He orders a dead servant to take the glass from his hand and place it before you.
Please accept this special wine. I only bring it out for special occasions. I'm sure you'll find it to be unique.
He stares at you like a vulture, waiting for you to drink from the crystal glass. You notice that he is not holding a similar glass.
I think I'll save this for later if it's all the same.
You start to feel a little uncomfortable. You place the glass on the table and say, "That."
It is not the same, my friend. You will drink that wine, and you will do it now. I've lost all patience with you.
He rises from the table and traces a spell in the air while you watch, dumbfounded. The blue rune shoots across the banquet table and explodes in your chest. You expect to feel some pain, but all you notice is an overwhelming hunger. You begin stuffing your mouth and pockets with food and drink. In spite of yourself, you snatch up the crystal goblet and drain the contents. Cletus smiles and sits back down, satisfied.
I know you, patron. Our books talk about your race. We believed them to be legends, but here we have proof. And if you are real, how many more of the other legends could be true? The other realms. The Death Gate.
Immediately you start to feel dizzy. Something in the wine makes the room swirl around you. You drop to the chair hard. In a fog, you hear Cletus saying that
Abarak is dying. There's no way to save it, but you represent a way into new worlds, fresh lands to conquer. After you are dead, your corpse will tell me everything I wish to know. You will help me destroy your own people. Think on this as the poison eats through your body. Guards, remove this trash.
soldiers grab you roughly from the chair and drag you down long, winding corridors. Cletus's laughter echoing in your ears. You quickly lose track of the route, your aching midsection demanding all of your attention. Soon you are thrown against the cold stone wall and shackles snap around your wrists. You slump to the floor as the guards stroll from the room, laughing at some private joke. You gather enough strength to look around the room. It's a stone cell. One wall has an open doorway, suggesting that manacles are what keep prisoners from escaping. A peg on the wall is home to a key on a ring, which looks like it might fit on the lock on your shackles. It is, of course, out of reach. Super nice, exactly. Another occupant of the cell is chained to the same wall that holds you prisoner. A thin crown along his brow attracts your attention. This certain boy is some kind of royalty. Why he is confined in a dungeon is beyond you. The paleness of his skin, the occasional grunt and spasm, all lead you to believe that he has had his share of Cletus's poison as well. The salve only heals wounds, it does nothing for poison. You swap the insect stings with the salve, they disappear right for... Oh, this is from the earlier. Eat the stick. You toss the steak toward the dog. It lands about a foot away from you. The dog eyes it with disinterest. Evidently, it has eaten recently. But if you cast hunger, you trace the rune structure in the air. It floats over to the curious dog, who attempts to take a bite out of it. Instead, it sinks into his body. Immediately, the dog begins to salivate. It looks around for something to eat, anything. The rare steak lying on the ground catches the hound's eyes. It bounds over next to you and rips into the bloody meat as if its life depended on it. Oh. You cast possession on the dog. You trace the runes in the air and place your hand on the dog's scruffy fur. The magic swiftly takes hold. You stiffen as you feel your soul passing away. Everything spins and you begin to panic. It all goes dark. The darkness doesn't last long. You quickly come to your senses, but instantly discover that they aren't the same senses you've come to expect. Your vision now only perceives the world in shades of grey, although your hearing and sense of smell have been enhanced. You realize that you inhabit the body of the dog, and that this dog has been trained to track game by smell. This must be the body of Klitz's royal hunting hound. Hey, Pansu, hello. How are you, Pansu? Welcome in.
Pleased to see you.
You bite down the key and slide the ring from the peg in the wall. You lay the key ring by your motionless body. The eye is on a table too high to manipulate while you are a dog. You are in one of the many passages that run through the palace's foundation. A stairway leads up to the more populated areas. Okay, I need to save here. Did I hear anything say that sounded like Serrano? I don't think so. Maybe Parrot will remember. Parrot, Pensive says there was a character in this game that sounded like Serrano. Was there?
Vader had better pay up.
Oh, Boba Fett.
We've won 3 battles against these monsters, and tomorrow should be no different.
You snatch the key ring from the ground. You slide the key into the lock, holding your manacles shut. A quick twist pops the shackles open. You grow even weaker. It's difficult to sit upright. You feel the pain spread throughout your body. You reach over to the prince's manacles and insert the key into the lock. One click and the shackles pop open. What is wise? Loosen. Oh, I understand what it is now. You are too weak to walk anywhere while the poison is coursing through your veins, but sapping your strength. The prince groans.
Hello, my friend. It looks like we're both in the same boat. So much for relying on the hospitality of strangers.
Oh. What is this?
That's an interesting medallion you're wearing. Could I have it?
I'm afraid not. It belonged to my ancestor and has been passed from father to son for centuries. I treasure it with my life.
I need a screenshot of that.
Why is that dog watching us? Is he just waiting for us to die so he can chew on our bones?
That's Clytus's
A
personal
proper
hunting
noun.
ground. The guards
I
have orders
really
to let him
can't
go
think of
anywhere he
anything.
wants, so he has run of the palace.
But it's very likely that I'm
He's
forgetting.
probably here because he's curious. They don't get many new visitors. I don't hold it against the hound that he belongs to Clytus. He seems nice enough. Until you came, he was my only company. He's a good listener.
What's Clytus's story? How'd he get to be Dynast?
That is a story. I only know the parts of the legend that Balthazar found in his reading. I guess we don't have anywhere to go, so I might as well tell you. According to the legend, our ancestors created this world and populated it with the weak races. Those races continually warred with each other, so our ancestors decided to sleep until everyone began to get along. Presumably, when that happened, our ancestors would wake and rejoin the new society. I guess they made Abarak
Maybe
a
you
little
saw
too
another
hostile
character
for
on
the
another
weaker
stream.
races. The heat and impure air were killing more of them than their petty wars were, so they banded together much sooner than anticipated and roused our ancestors. They arose to discover that the world was killing the races instead of nurturing them. They also found that there was nothing that they could do to save them. It required all of their magic just to keep themselves alive. So they selected a handful of members from each race, placed them in the sleep chambers from which they had just risen, and waited for something called the interconnection.
Sure.
The books were a little unclear.
That is
about
all
this
your
time.
life, right?
All they say is that it would make life much better on Abarak.
But I never take breaks.
Clytus I was a member of the High Council at that time. One day, he arrived in the council session with a powerful magic scepter. With it, he convinced the others to found a monarchy, with himself as the dynast, the ruler. The line has continued unbroken,
Hydrate.
as far as I can tell, to this day. Each new son
Hydrate.
takes up the scepter of rulership.
That is for you,
and faces
Pensive.
new battles.
Hydrate.
The man who tossed us in this dungeon is Clytus XIV. It's said that his scepter can turn a man to dust in seconds. No one wants to confront such raw magic, so he remains in power. Clytus I did do something right, though. He introduced us to necromancy. It's only by bringing back our dead that we have been able to stay alive. He even sacrificed his own personal servant as the first experiment.
I hope all this dialogue counts as one action. Otherwise, we will die of poison.
What happened to the rest of the weaker races?
They died. There was no way to save them. It must have been horrible to watch them die, completely helpless to do anything.
Sounds like he's the product of a little too much inbreeding.
I know nothing about Clytus's specific lineage, but madness is a symptom of inbreeding, and he is certainly displaying that.
Does the council still exist?
No. Clytus I disbanded it when he created the monarchy. My ancestor was a member. This amulet I wear was a badge of his office. It's been in my family ever since, and I wear it proudly.
You really think necromancy is all that hot?
It's hard to question something that is such a fundamental part of your life. But Balthazar has raised some interesting points. He believes that we should be concentrating on rediscovering the old, lost magic arts. If we used our magic to make our lives better, we wouldn't need to bring back the dead. To be totally honest, seeing my father resurrected into a shadow of his former self was chilling. I don't look forward to dying myself, or to the inevitable result.
If Clytus's scepter can turn a man to dust, why does he bother with poison?
He still needs information from me. I assume the same is true for you. If he destroyed us, the information would be lost as well. If he kills us with poison, we are undamaged. Then he can resurrect us and demand the information he wants. Since the dead always serve the living, we'll have no choice but to tell him everything.
February the 9th. Alright. Provisionally. So what does picking a date mean? Is it just between you and Fiancé Elephant? Or have you registered it with somewhere and stuff? Or, oh, you booked it in Denmark, okay. Alright. Oh, you can rebook it, okay. That's what provisionally means, I see. But that sounds good and early. You know, faster the better, I imagine. Since you don't actually have much time. Like you said until mid-March, right? That you can get married. You have to deal with travel and accommodations. Are you planning to stay there also? After the marriage, or just go get married and come back? Or maybe have your honeymoon there. You need to get married until mid-March, yeah.
You mean
Just
that
3
Clitus
days, okay.
didn't have this scepter? He wouldn't be in charge?
I would challenge him myself if I could count on a fair fight. My claim to the throne is as strong. My ancestor was also a member of the High Council. These are all pipe dreams, though. His scepter would make dust of them and me.
You aren't taking anybody, okay, I see.
What happened to his personal servant?
Shortly after he rose to power, Clitus I sent him away. I believe
Yeah, I
he was
gotcha.
banished to the ancestral home of the dwarves.
It's better, honestly.
In fact, it would have been in the caverns around Telestia. No one has explored that area in ages. I wonder if he's still there.
That was an intriguing story, but let's talk about something else.
All right. I don't have much else to do.
Do you have more travel plans after that, like a honeymoon or some vacation after Denmark?
Why don't you get up? I've unshackled you.
I can't get up. The poison is tearing my insides out.
Who are you?
My name is Edmund, and I'm the Crown Prince of Telestia. You couldn't tell I was royalty by the deluxe accommodations?
It is already a lot of days to leave, Jack. That is true. Yeah. There is Jack to consider, you're right. Hey, Sangnif. Of course, you should see Sangnif when you're in Denmark. Wait, Sangnif, were you in Denmark? Yes, you were in Denmark. You are right. You are right. You know where you are, Sangnif. For a second, I remembered as if you were Norwegian, not Danish.
You're a prince? Why were you put in the dungeon?
It's a long story.
The other Mark.
I come from Telestia, a city on the outer edges of Abarak. A few years ago, our water supplies started to dry up.
I'm sorry, Sangnif. I don't think Pansy wants you there.
Studied the problem and discovered that the Colossus was failing. The magic that sustained us for thousands of years was...
How are you, Sangnif? It's great to see you.
Our time was limited. We boarded everyone onto our ships and set sail for the Fire Sea. None of us had been there before, but Balthazar's ancient maps indicated a route. The trip was perilous. What's more, our ships hadn't been used for thousands of years, since we first came to Telestia. By the time we arrived, we had lost many of our people, including the king, my father. Therefore, I became my people's leader. Our intended destination was this palace. We had never seen the palace, or met the dynast that ruled us. Instead of arriving on his doorstep with a few thousand refugees, I decided to leave them in a warren of natural caves that we discovered, and come here as an envoy. I thought that Clitus and I could speak and decide where my people could live. I arrived at the palace alone. He greeted me with open arms and invited me to a banquet. My people have been living on withered cairn grass for months, so I must admit that a banquet sounded appetizing. During the meal, he began to question me. The questions were innocuous at first, but became more probing and less veiled as Clitus continued. He asked
I will leave it to you two to sort out. I'm not getting involved in this.
Suddenly, he was sounding less like a benevolent leader, and more like a king bent on eliminating any threats to his power or strains on his kingdom's food supply. Just as I stood up and announced that I wished to take my leave, a sharp pain doubled me over. Clitus simply looked over and smiled. He explained that the wine in my cup had been poisoned, and that after it killed me, he would drag the answers from my corpse. His guards brought me down here and locked me up.
Now I'm just waiting to die.
What exactly is this Colossus?
The Colossus is a stone spire infused with the magic of the ancients. It heats the world and slowly melts the celestial sea, a huge body of ice which feeds water throughout Abarak. For some reason, it is failing. Our water supply has dried up. It doesn't make any sense. According to Balthazar's books, the Colossus was designed to last forever. He hoped to examine the Colossus and perhaps help to mend it. But now we'll never get the chance. By ignoring the problem and focusing on his own petty self-interests, Clitus is sealing our world's doom.
Where is the Colossus?
The Colossus is in Clitus's palace. It lies at the center of the ancient catacombs which run through the palace's foundation. The entrance is right across from this dungeon.
Parts not missable.
Although Balthazar's books state this, they don't show the path through the catacombs. It's said that only the Dynast knows the way.
Where are your people now?
They are safely tucked away in the secret caves along the edge of the Fire Sea. Clytus would give his eye teeth to know where. If somehow we managed to escape, we would still be stranded here with no way to cross the sea.
I've got a ship. If you show me where they are, I could transport us there.
The chances of escape are slim, but it's nice to know that we will have a way across the sea if we do.
How long have you been here?
Not long. Less than a day, surely. I fear that I can't hold out much longer, though. The poison has ravaged my system. It appears, for some reason, to be working faster on you. Perhaps
Lightning
you've received a
speed
larger
wedding.
dose. I doubt that you have more than a couple hours left.
Why didn't you send some nobody as your envoy? Seems like a dangerous job for a prince.
Everyone under my rule is important. There are no nobodies. I would risk myself before I would send someone else into danger.
Can your people pose a threat to the Dynast? They sound like a bunch of farmers.
We are mostly peaceful folk, but we have some reserves of dead fighting troops. That doesn't matter much, though. While Clytus holds the scepter of rulership, he could turn my
Are
army
these
to
drive-through
dust
weddings? Is
before
that a
we
thing?
got into position.
Drive-through weddings?
Let's back up a step.
Suit yourself.
Isn't Telestia quite a ways from here?
Yes. It was a long, perilous journey which claimed my father. It's rather hard to accept that it was all for nothing.
My name is Haplo.
Very nice to meet you, Haplo. Any enemy of Clytus is a friend of mine.
Let's talk about something else.
All right. I don't have much else to do.
Except for dying from the poison.
Why do I feel so sick?
That would be the poison. You've experienced Clytus's special welcome.
Would you
It
like
appears
fries
he likes
with
to
that?
invite strangers to a banquet, extract whatever information he can while pretending to be friendly, and then poison them. After they die, he resurrects the corpses to have them answer any remaining questions. Don't feel special. It happened to me as well.
What happens if he decides he wants to keep his victim alive, or someone accidentally drinks the poison? Is it too late, or is there an antidote?
There is an antidote, though it's unlikely we'll ever get our hands on it. I overheard some of the guards talking about it, when they were planning to sneak wine from the banquet room's bar. The bar contains a variety of liqueurs in a wide array of colors. As you're aware, the poisoned wine is in a red bottle. The antidote is in a clear bottle.
As I was aware, sure.
Even if we could get out of these chains, we'd never make it past all the guards.
Why did this Clytus lock us up?
To give the poison time to kill us. When we're dead, he'll resurrect us and get all the information he needs.
No way am I telling him anything, even after my death.
I'm afraid you'll have no choice. Part of the process of resurrection ensures that you'll serve the living to the full extent of your ability. You'll be glad to answer any questions he might have.
Do you know any way out of here?
In fact, I do. One of Balthazar's old books showed a secret passage out of the
You are
palace's
unfettered.
foundation.
Come on.
If we were unfettered, I might be able to find that passage.
Please find it.
I'd like to rest now.
I understand. I'm feeling sick and tired myself. I'm sure it's the poison, not the conversation.
Wait. What do you mean you might as well go? You cannot go. I'm still streaming. I haven't even taken a break yet. So... Okay, let's say we might have wasted time, but... we cannot move. But the dog can. Okay. You pad up the stairs, passing a number of alert guards. They pat you on the head and smile, but allow you to pass. It seems that this dog has run off the palace. After a bit of exploration, which involves sticking your nose into a lot of empty rooms, you discover the original banquet room you were escorted to. You've taken a good deal of time to locate it, however, and you are very worried about the condition of your body. Oh wait, we don't know which one is white. A long table takes up most of the banquet hall. There's also a wet bar with several bar. Okay. I hope this is white. No, it's blue. Yeah, let's say. Let's try this one. It's purple. Clear bottle. You must be... You take the clear bottle. You take a big swig from the clear bottle, grateful that you were able to tell it from the colored bottles when it didn't filter out any of the multicolored lines on the tablecloth. What? Okay, the game just told me the solution. But, oh, okay. So... You tip a little of the liquid in the bottle until its favorite chair. No, wait. How do you do that though? Take? Something heavy on the table keeps you from dragging it in. I mean, no. Wait, how do I drop it? Do I drop? You feel your heart skip a beat and realize that your human body has died. Okay. But how do you do it though? Drop it? No. Oh, wait. There's a tablecloth here. What am I doing? The tablecloth can be seen here. So how am I supposed to understand? Do I... A simple glass bottle filled with some kind of liquid. You can't identify the color of the liquid or the bottle because as a dog, you can only make out shades of gray. Okay, so all of the lines are visible. Is that what tells us that this is clear? Because this line is not seen here. This line is missing. There's this line missing, but this is also pretty clear. I'm not sure. Okay. I'm not sure I understand that puzzle. You feel the effects at once. The knots in your stomach loosen and the weight lifts off from your limbs. You can feel that the liquid has cured you. The prince guzzles the remainder of the clear liquid. The effect is immediate. The pain drains from his face and body. He hands the empty bottle back to you with a sigh of relief. Okay, so let's try this. Wait. The middle sign, it's not here. Is it this? No. I guess it's a new one. You have an idea? What happens if you cast Heat on Dog? I don't know.
Yes, my friend?
Would you accompany me?
Would you accompany me? I'm looking to get out.
Hunger
Great to see
rises
you again.
within me.
Hey, Pensive.
Sunkniff, you have now been subscribed for 4 months.
Pensive, thank you so much for gifting us up to Sangnef. Sangnef, welcome back. Welcome back to this. I don't know. Welcome back to this, whatever this is, and hope you enjoy using the emotes and such. Okay, we are safe. Kinda. So, wise. Chains.
Yes, my.
You know the way back to your bunker.
You know the way back to your people? You can get us there?
Of course. If I can get hold of a ship, I can pilot it directly to the secret caves.
Sure.
Behind a panel in that wall is a tunnel which leads directly to the docks. We should be able to sneak out to your ship and sail away before they know what's happening. When we're away, I'll direct you to the caves where my people hide. I must tell them about the situation here, and perhaps they can help you as well.
Hush money. Okay, so this is new. Cool. We got a dog. I'll name him Jack.
This is an incredible vessel. Great workmanship. I've never seen anything like it. I assume that the steering is similar to the ships that I've piloted. If you'll give me leave, I'll take us to the secret caves on the edge of the Fire Sea.
You nod, and Edmund, smiling, plants himself in front of the steering wheel. It's not very secret, it's a huge entrance. It's the biggest, in fact.
Yes, my...
Great rates are built on crime.
Thank you, my friend, for helping me escape. I will be forever in your debt, and I intend to help you in your quest. Right now, however, I must speak with some of the elders. I have to tell them about Clytus, and we must make plans. If you go back to the palace, I will meet you there. We have a few ships ourselves that can take me. Until then, farewell.
Princess appears into the mob of Sartan. Balthazar. Okay, that is the leader. You go through your repertoire of attention-getting devices, finally deciding on a straightforward tap on the shoulder. This causes the recipient to suddenly drop the playing pieces he was shaking in his hands. He starts to protest, but when the other players begin to moan, his head drops to look at the winning throw and he laughs.
That was my luckiest throw of the night, and I owe it all to you.
Other players reluctantly hand over small white stones to the winner, which he accepts gracefully. Then he turns to you and says, "That was meant like something. Libab and Cletus. Sartan doesn't sound like Serrano. Oh, is that what you were remembering? Cletus is a redneck name? Or, I don't know, is associated with rednecks? Since I was responsible for your throw, don't you owe me some of your winnings?
Since I was responsible for your throw, don't you owe me some of your winnings?
Sure, my friend. I guess you did bring me luck on my heaviest bet. I suppose I could let you.
Cletus is a redneck of redneck names. Okay.
The game. If you get good enough, maybe we'll let you join in.
What are you doing?
Doing? Why, we're playing Runebone. It passes the time while we're waiting for the prince to decide what we're going to do. I was losing all night until you nudged me. That last throw made up for my entire losing streak.
What are those stones you won?
They're not stones. They're rune bones. We make them from animal bones. Each unique rune bone has an individual rune carved into it, but they all interlock. When you throw them down, they form a design. If the bones fall in such a way that they form a legal spell, you win, and all the other players must contribute one of their rune bones to you. If no recognized spell is formed, you lose the bones you threw. Once you run out of rune bones, you're out of the game.
That's a very weird game. Waving away his farts.
Are these spells real? Can you cast them?
Of course not. The runes are
Oh,
all fictitious.
okay.
We made up the runes and the spells when we made up the game.
Fake spells.
Although when I created some of my runes, I snuck a peek at a few of the bookworm's old tomes. I wanted the runes to look authentic.
Are you hot, or is it just me?
It's just you.
That's all. Thanks, pal.
No problem.
His attention swings back to the game at hand, where he gets into an argument over the legitimacy of a throne spell. Okay, I have runes now. It's a small white hexagonal piece of bone. A rune has been carved onto his face. Can we play?
That's yours fair and square. No one's gonna take it from you until you know the game better. It's not right to take advantage of a novice.
Dog growls and backs away from the east wall. Why? One of the cave walls feels like rock and looks like rock, but has an otherworld quality to it. Something's about it isn't right. Can we create reality pockets? Cast a spell on the cave wall, but the cave wall isn't a picture. Secret key. Well, let's talk to Balthazar.
How can I help you?
You have to clear your throat repeatedly before the thin man lifts his sunken eyes from the book. When he does, you feel the piercing, burning intelligence of his gaze. Although his body is old and frail, you sense that his mind is as sharp as any you encountered. He quickly looks you over and says, "How can I help you?"
Are you Balthazar?
That I am. I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage. Who did you say you were?
I didn't.
My name is Haplo.
Haplo. Haplo. Strange sounding name. Where do you hail from?
From the labyrinth. Your ancestors trapped my race there, and I've returned to avenge my people.
You're a patron. You've come to destroy us. Well, you'll find that I'm not quite as helpless as I appear.
Before you can do anything, he weaves his hand through the air, leaving a blazing blue trail, a rune structure you've never seen. The air around you becomes foul, choked with soot. You hack and cough and try to escape, but the dark cloud follows you everywhere. Eventually, it fills your lungs and you drop to the cave floor dead.
How can...
Are you... I didn't say.
That's right, you didn't.
I'm a friend of Edmund's. We met in Clytus's dungeon.
Ah, of course. I thought I saw Edmund return. You assisted in his rescue. For that, we are eternally grateful. How can I help you?
You're the same Balthazar who is the king's necromancer?
That's correct. Although as the royal necromancer, I suppose that I serve Edmund now.
The king is dead?
He wasn't a strong man. I think perhaps he had the plague at the end. It was befuddling his senses. The prince refused to assume the leadership from his father, so we followed the king until he died. Those were strange days. The king would lead us in circles as his mind slowly decayed. His death was inevitable. When someone contracts the plague, it is only a matter of time.
What is this plague?
We're not quite sure. For as long as I can remember, people have been falling prey to a mysterious sickness. We just call it the plague for lack of a better term. When someone contracts it, he dies days later. There is no cure. There doesn't seem to be any cause. It's not contagious in the usual sense. It strikes randomly. All of our efforts to learn more about it have proved futile. The plague has decimated our population. The dead far outnumber the living.
Even if our world wasn't threatened by the imminent collapse of the Colossus, I question how long the plague will let us all live.
I've been to your home. I followed your directions here.
You followed my directions here? I'm glad that my journal served some purpose. If it helped to save one life, it was worth leaving behind.
Prince Edmund has told me quite a bit about you.
The prince is a good lad. A trifle young to be sure, but holding up remarkably well under the strain of leadership. The loss of his father has been hard on him. He wasn't meant to assume the crown for years to come. My thanks for your part in bringing him home.
I'd like to talk about something else.
Certainly.
What are you reading?
This is just one of my own books on magic. I'm trying to master one of the lost arts, illusion. I'm so close to the spell that I can taste it. A breakthrough last night has placed it just within reach.
What was this breakthrough?
I've been trying to construct the spell by taking a back
Some of the
route.
dialogue options.
I reasoned that if I discovered how to break an illusion, I might be able to build one. Last night, I happened upon the correct rune structure to unravel an illusion. Using this as a foundation, I should be able to construct the Create Illusion spell.
How long will it take to work out the new spell?
Only a couple of years. This breakthrough has shaved decades off my research.
A couple of years? How long do you expect to be around?
You're right. Sometimes I get too involved in my own work. With the Colossus corrupted, none of us will live out the year.
Oh, I misclicked. But there's no use for wallowing in despair. I might as well continue since it keeps me from dwelling on our fate. What exactly is an illusion? Really?
What exactly
Really,
is
Haplo?
an illusion?
An illusion is a powerful spell speaking directly to the brain of higher life forms. The spell tricks the mind into viewing reality a certain way. An ancient adept at using the spell could create an illusionary cell around you. No bars or walls would actually exist, but your brain would tell you that they did. To make matters worse, it wouldn't matter if he told you that the cell was illusory. The spell convinces your senses, all of your senses, that the cell is there. Your hand wouldn't be able to pass through the bars, whether you believed in them or not. Like I said,
That's not how
the
illusion
spell
works.
speaks directly to the brains of higher creatures. Lower animals like that dog following you around.
We got it. We got it. The wall is illusion.
Purposes of the
All
ancient
right.
Magi, that was enough. Do you see why it is so hard to identify an illusion? When all of your senses are telling you that something exists, there's no reason for doubt. You can't go around suspecting everything, and even if you did, your suspicions wouldn't have any impact on the illusion.
Create an illusion? That's easy. I've been able to do that since I was a kid.
Well then, I might as well put a halt to my research right now. I'll leave the teaching of my apprentices to you, and I'll resurrect myself since my life's purpose is over. Thank you for the insight.
You're welcome, sir. Glad to be of service. Oh, he actually stopped speaking to us.
Yes, what?
What do you read?
This is just what
was...
I...
Have you tested your Unravel Illusion spell?
Well, no, I haven't found any illusions anywhere. Not that I would be able to recognize one if I saw it. That's the nature of illusions. The only other way to conjure an illusion is to
It's right
create
next to
one.
you.
And since I can't do that yet, I have no way of testing my Unravel Illusion spell. Although all the signs indicate that it is complete, I'd love to find an illusion somewhere to try it out on. But who knows where the ancients decided to place their illusions, if anywhere.
This is getting
Who
too
knows?
technical for me. Let's talk about something else.
Certainly.
What do you read?
This is...
Why do you call them lost arts?
That's the frustrating part of this research. All of the magic arts that I've been uncovering were once known and practiced by the ancients. I'm walking over already trod ground. If only more of the texts had survived, I could simply read about these spells instead of having to reconstruct them from sketchy, half-destroyed notes.
Can I see your book?
I'm afraid not. I only lend my books to colleagues and apprentices. You know how valuable they are? Each contains a vital piece of information. Damage to even one of them could delay or completely halt my research.
Where are the rest of your books? I heard you have a whole library.
They are safe, buried in a secluded spot. I keep them guarded at all times. They are invaluable, and I won't risk damaging them.
You might want to get some exercise.
I was laughing
Sitting
at
there
this one.
reading won't put meat on those bones.
I have just enough meat on my bones, thank you. Reading is what I enjoy, and in doing so, I have outlived all of my contemporaries. I wouldn't be surprised if I outlive you.
I would be.
Can you teach me any spells?
I'm afraid not. It takes a good deal of time to teach these arts to a novice. What's more, as a rule, I only teach my apprentices.
How do I
Never
become your
mind.
apprentice,
Let's talk about something else.
Certainly.
though? You're just 1 foot on the tree.
You're just 1 foot out of the grave, aren't you?
I'm more powerful than I might appear, my young friend.
Yeah, he just actually cast Cloud Kill on us.
Comes wisdom.
What are those guys yelling about in the corner?
They're playing Rune Bone. It's some type of gambling game, I believe, very popular with the working class. Since there's not much to do here, they play it constantly. It's very distracting.
So this is home, eh? Nice decor.
There are worse places to live. As you know, Abarak is filled with warrens and tunnels. Most of them are larger, considerably more comfortable to live in. We constructed our city in one of those. These tunnels, although spacious enough to contain everyone from Telestia, are cramped, located too close to the lava of the Fire Sea, and have only one small, clean spring, providing scarcely enough water to sustain such a population for very long. Its only advantage is that the cavern is hidden. The entrance is nearly impossible to find along the extensive coast of the Fire Sea. It provides a perfect place to hide, which is exactly what we are doing.
Who are you hiding from?
From Clytus's forces, of course. If they found out where we were, they'd attack instantly. We'd be boxed in, trapped. We wouldn't last a day.
Thank you for your help. Perhaps we'll speak later.
So we didn't learn the spell. Oh, there's an old save called Cave. Okay, this is not that cave. Try as you might, you can get the gatherers' attention. They are too engrossed in their game. The dog continues to bark at the east wall, its ears pressed back against its head. Okay, we understand. We understand. Actually, oh, maybe I can possess the dog. Okay, let's try that. Okay. A bitter, sharp odor draws your attention to the east. Through the dog's eyes, you see a small tunnel that you missed before, running into the cave wall. Dry, stale air from the opening carries a disturbing smell, and evil smell. You feel something very wrong about the tunnel to the east. You cannot force the dog's body into it. Perhaps it has more sense than you. Can we pet the human? We cannot. You nuzzle your motionless body. Contact sparks the transference of your soul. The familiar dizziness overwhelms you, and when you recover, you are back in your human body. Okay.
Yes, what is it now?
Have you noticed, like...
Have you noticed anything
So that was what you
about
had
that
to...
cave wall
what we had to
the
do.
east?
Unusual? No, it's just a cave wall, one of many, actually. Why?
What would you say if I told you that it was an illusion?
I'd say, how can you possibly know that? Your brain can't distinguish reality from illusion. You are a higher life form, aren't you? That's just an assumption.
I am not. I'm a lower life form.
I've looked at it through the dog's eyes and it's not there. What do you think that means?
You mean you possessed the dog and he didn't see it? Yes, that would follow. The spell does not communicate with the lower life forms, and by possessing the body of such a form, you would bypass the magic of the illusion. You say it was the east wall. It's an illusion. Imagine. I've been sitting this close to an illusion every day, eager for a chance to test my unravel illusion spell. I'll try it now.
Please do, so that I can learn the rules. Balthazar wanders over to the cave wall. He touches it, even pushes it with all his might. With a questioning look in your direction, he waves his hand about, tracing blue, glowing lines in the air. When he has finished the final rune, the spell floats into the wall. The rock flickers, then dissolves like so much mist. Beyond, you see a small crawlway stretching into darkness. Haplo is living the high life, but he's not informed.
It worked! It worked! This is exactly what my research needed. Now that I know the Unravel Illusion spell is correct, it won't take long to finish the Create Illusion spell.
Balthazar dives back into his book and resumes reading with rekindled enthusiasm.
That's yours?
Can we not play with them? The dog stays behind, bristling and growling at the tunnel. The air in this small hidden cavern is heavy and thick. Something happened here, something very evil. You take the spell book. Your fingers touch the black material of the robe. It feels inexplicably cold. Frost runs up your arm, and soon your whole body begins to shiver. The rocks of the cave seem to take on a life of their own. On a life all their own.
Save game.
They whirl and twist and become something totally new. You realize that you are seeing a vision of an entirely different place. You see a man dressed in the robe you touched. Although the room is dark, he is unmistakably Sartan. He stands in front of a gigantic stone spire covered with magic runes. His attention is focused on a large rune in the center of the spire. An nervous dwarf stands nearby, watching this man cast spell after spell at the rune. The wizard curses and yells as the blue fire strikes the stone, but without effect. Saratan. Finally, a particularly fierce spell actually affects the column. Its usually constant blue glow grows faint. With a triumphant shriek, the wizard commands the dwarf to approach the spire and break the rune. Smart man. The dwarf quakes with fear, but remains steadfast. He approaches the rune with a hammer and wedge held out in front of him. When he cautiously touches them to the rune, a massive explosion throws his body back like a rag doll. The man shrieks again, but in frustration. He curses the dwarf's thin body for his weakness. The strength of madness enters the wizard, and even while maintaining the spells that hold the spire's rune at bay, he simultaneously casts a mighty spell, too quick to memorize, upon the dwarf's corpse. A misty image of the dwarf appears, and floating over the body, its expression is one of pain and terror. It's as if something has taken hold of it, in the manner of a rope wrapped around its foot, and is dragging it back into the corpse. When the spirit image has been totally subsumed by the body, the dwarf's eyes jerk open. The man in black screams at the dwarf to finish his task. Slowly, the dwarf drags himself to his feet, gathers up the hammer and wedge, and approaches the spire. He touches the tools to the rune again. Again, the magic reacts, but now the explosion only rips flesh from his bones, and somehow the dwarf manages to stay his ground. 5 blows of his hammer force a chunk from the center of the rune to fall away. Immediately, the rune's glow vanishes, and all of the other runes in the spire grow a bit darker. The man in black laughs as he picks up the piece of the stone. He admires the rock in his hand as if it were some kind of relic. Then he turns his attention to the obvious hole in the relic's spire's rune. With his free hand, he weaves an intricate spell that is too complicated to follow, and suddenly the rune appears to be whole again. The strange pair exit the chamber, leaving the spire seemingly whole, but much darker than it started. The scene shifts. Now you see the same man seated on a throne. He holds a scepter which has, as his headpiece, the same chunk of stone from the spire. Others in his court display obvious fear of their ruler and keep quite a distance from him. This man seems to prefer it. You see no sign of the dwarf. Another scene, the wizard is much older. He is handing the scepter to another younger man whose face bears a close resemblance to that of the wizard. You can see the avarice and longing in his eyes, and the reluctance in the eyes of the wizard in black. After the younger man has snatched the scepter away, he takes no further notice of the older wizard, who walks slowly off. Now you see the old wizard in this very cave. He stands on the rock floor alone. The madness in his eyes is overwhelming. He murmurs to himself for a while. You catch only the mouthings of the few words. They'll never find me, and must never bring me back. Never. His hands wave aimlessly in the air, but then you begin to see the blue traces of a spell. Soon the rune construct is completed. It flies into his body and explodes in flames. The wizard thrashes a bit, but in short order is no more than a pile of ash. Surprisingly, the robe he wore has been left untouched by the flame. Nothing happens for a while, then you realize that the visions have ended, and that you are looking at the same scene only thousands of years later. The robe lies in the same place, covering the ashy remains of the old wizard. Tentatively, you pick up the robe, but no further images haunt you. Let's read the spellbook. Necromancy. Okay, sure. The spell itself is as follows. What spell, I wonder? This text should serve on to remind that the practice of necromancy has been condemned. By forgetting the art and its consequences, we risk that future generations will unwittingly follow our footsteps, rediscover the discipline, and repeat our mistakes. Look upon this text as knowledge, pure and simple. Knowledge never kills or destroys, except in the hands of those who misuse it. You'll learn the spell. You close the book and replace it in your inventory. Let's save. You got the robe of Neira. Self-immolation. Why would we want to cast this? Like an artist, you carefully draw the rune structure in the air. It floats close and slips inside your chest. Instantly, it feels as if your heart has caught fire. You scream and scream until the fire eats away your lungs and throat. After that, you don't have much to scream about, or with. You slip the black robe over your body. Although the back is rather torn, from the front you can cut an imposing figure. So we have to bring the remains back, right? Resurrection. You cast a spell, but it fizzles on contact with the remains. Not only is it too little to bring back, but the spell works only shortly after death. Claytus has been dead for thousands of years. You run up to Balthazar, eager to discuss the amazing vision you've just experienced.
I just had an incredible vision when I picked up this black robe. What do you think it means?
A vision? Tell me about it. This is amazing.
You quickly recount the vision to Balthazar.
The life of our first dynast, Clytus I. It answers quite a few questions I've had about his rise to power and his reign. It also answers many questions about our current situation.
How did this happen? Why did I see all of these things when I picked up the robe?
I'm not exactly sure. It's possible that when Clytus took his own life, the robe became infused with his spirit. This happens sometimes, especially when the death is particularly violent and the victim is very powerful in magic. When you picked up the robe, what was left of Clytus, lying there for thousands of years, passed through you. Your mind interpreted this by showing his memories. This is all speculation, you realize.
Basically, you're pulling stuff up your ass.
Can you interpret the bit about Clytus's grab for power?
I would be happy to. What would you like to know?
Wasn't there a ruling council at that time? Could you tell me about it?
The High Council once governed over all of Abarak. Clytus was a member. It democratically created laws for all Sartan and at one time the Mensch as well. When the Mensch woke the Sartan, The council was the body that decided on the course of action. To put a handful of the mensch to sleep and wait for the interconnection. The council would have continued to rule if Clytus had not been so power-hungry.
How did he convince the council to let him disband it and institute a monarchy?
He didn't have the political power to do that. No one did. So he required magical power to back the play. He made himself undefeatable with the scepter. No one dared to oppose him after he created it.
Well, I believe him. He's the scholar.
The monarchy. He merely eliminated every possible opponent.
Why did he do all of this?
I believe that to be a member of Abarak's council, the only requisite was a mastery of magic. This implied intelligence, but not necessarily sanity. Clytus was clearly insane, if not before his play for power, then afterward.
Let's move on to another topic.
Very well.
Can you tell me exactly what happened to the Colossus?
The Colossus is the source of Abarak's magic. It is what warms the stone, melts the ice, and feeds water throughout the world. It was an unparalleled marvel, by far the greatest of the ancients' achievements. It contained so much power that it's easy to see why Clytus lusted after it.
What was the rune that he was battling with?
It was a containment rune. The spell was a cap for the Colossus's magic. It sealed the spells inside to keep the magic from flowing out, so that the Colossus would last forever.
What happened when he finally subdued it?
Over a period of several months, Clytus wove an intricate set of spells that temporarily weakened the containment rune. When the structure had drained the rune of enough power, he had his dwarf servant carve a chunk of the rune away. It was a central line of the rune. Without it, the symbol was meaningless and therefore powerless. The Colossus's magic began to drain away.
What did he do by removing a chunk of the rune?
It was much like taking a chunk
Where
of
is this
flesh from your
Colossus they
body.
are talking about?
The magic sealed inside of the Colossus started to leak out, like blood from a vital wound.
Why did he do this when it would eventually destroy this world? Didn't he think ahead?
It's true that eventually the Colossus would lose enough power to cease supporting Abarak. I'm sure Clytus must have known this. It's possible that Clytus was counting on the interconnection. He must have reasoned that thousands of years would pass before it would actually make a difference. Long before that, the interconnection would occur, and Abarak would survive on the energies provided from it.
What is with you on magic references while we are playing this game? Yesterday it was the healing salve, now Colossus of Sardia.
The ancients believed in it. Perhaps they shouldn't have. Thousands of years have passed and no interconnection has taken place. The Colossus is failing and it's taking our world with it.
What did he do at the end, before he left it?
Clytus was intelligent. He knew that people would see the Colossus with a huge chunk missing from the containment rune and realize something was amiss, so he placed an illusion upon it. Now the Colossus looks normal, even feels normal, but the hole is still there, the rune is still broken, and magic continues to flow.
Can the Colossus be fixed?
That's an interesting question. I suppose it could. If the rune were reconnected, it would begin to function again. The spell would hold in the magic as it is supposed to. I don't know if the Colossus has enough magic left at this point to support Abarak anymore, but at least it wouldn't lose anymore. The original fragment, if it were replaced, would do this. Actually, it wouldn't have to be the original fragment. Anything that had the missing line that fit into the hole would reconnect the rune. The complete rune is the important element, not the composition of the rock. If something with a fragment shape were placed inside the hole, the containment rune would reactivate.
And it is the stone from the fake statue.
Enough about this subject.
Very well.
This is an exact replica.
What's the deal with the dwarf?
The dwarf was Clytus's personal servant. He worshipped Clytus, very like a well-trained dog. I believe that's how Clytus saw him as well. Not much more than an animal.
Why did Clytus bring him along?
Clytus needed someone else to break the rune. It required all of his concentration and effort merely to subdue it. While he focused on weakening the rune, he had the dwarf run in and carve out the chunk.
What did he do while Clytus battled the rune?
He just waited to be of service. Every day, he walked with Clytus through the catacombs to the Colossus and waited. If you count the amount of times he wandered in and out of the catacombs with nothing to do, that dwarf must have known it like the back of his hand. You couldn't get much more dedicated.
I guess we find the dwarf and raise him.
What happened to him when he tried it the first time?
Even weakened, the rune's magic was strong. Clytus should have known better than to send a mensch to cut the rune. It killed him instantly. I believe that this is where Clytus finally went mad. He was so close to his goal, and his plans were about to be foiled by a lowly mensch. In desperation, he resurrected the dwarf, knowing that the result would be much more resistant to damage than the dwarf's original body. The corpse dragged himself up, and still loyal to Clytus, removed the chunk of stone from the containment room. Clytus had succeeded in breaking the rune at only the cost of a mensch. A bargain.
Is that when Clytus instituted the practice of necromancy among the Sartan?
Come to think of it, you're right. Coincidental timing? Perhaps not. It's possible that he instituted the practice to justify his own actions. That's almost unthinkable. We've been using necromancy for thousands of years to cover for one man's mistake?
But it is. It is because we have the spell book. We can give it to Balthazar, I think.
Where did he end up? After Clytus had broken the containment rune, he had no further use of his servant. He banished him to the ancestral home of the dwarves. It's a complex of caves fairly near to Telestia. The dwarf obsessed about Clytus for years. Having the metal retention of the dead, he eventually forgot that he had completed the mission and broken the rune, so he sat in his cave, waiting for Clytus to come and take him back to the catacombs. I think he's been waiting there ever since.
Let's move along to another subject.
I need to find the dwarf.
Tell me about the Scepter of Rulership.
After Clytus took the chunk from the Colossus, he fashioned a scepter and used the chunk as a headpiece. He brandished the finished product at the council and demanded a crown. They caved in almost immediately.
What kind of
Wow,
power
there's
does
so
the
much
scepter
dialogue
have?
in this game. My mind's again blown with the amount of
No
text
more than a flick of the wrist.
and recorded
I believe it
voice
also had
for this
powers
game.
of a more subtle nature, though my texts don't address these. What is written is that the
I guess
scepter
that is one of
unmatched
the
in
reasons
sheer
why this game is
destructive force.
being likened to a visual novel, like interactive fiction. Because there are not enough puzzles, but like in percentage, most of the game is dialogue rather than puzzles. But it does have good and enough puzzles too, I think.
How did it get its power?
When the chunk was removed from the Colossus, the containment rune was broken. Magic began to seep from it, much like blood from a wound. It was always Clytus's intention to draw magic from the wound for his own purposes. He found that he could focus this power through the piece of the Colossus that he possessed. That is why he fashioned the scepter, using the fragment as the headpiece.
Why did the council cave in? Wasn't it filled with master wizards?
Clytus was drawing upon the magic of the Colossus. Nothing could withstand that. Where the other wizards had to weave the rune construct slowly into the air and pull the possibilities of their spells into this reality, Clytus could just disintegrate them with a wave of his hand. Before any organized resistance could be brought to bear, Clytus had eliminated any council member powerful or stubborn enough to oppose him. The others fell into line like cattle.
Is there any way to counter the scepter?
That's like asking if there is any way to defeat the Colossus. In a sense, it is the same thing. The scepter draws upon the Colossus's power. It cannot be overcome. Although it wouldn't be necessary to overcome the scepter if it were rendered useless. This is just a wild thought.
Yes.
But the scepter focuses the power of the Colossus that is leaking from the broken containment rune. If the rune were completed and the containment spell resumed working, the scepter couldn't draw upon the magic. It would be useless. All of this speculation is worthless as well. You can't render the scepter useless without
It's not
completing
worthless.
the containment rune. You can't complete the rune without replacing the headpiece inside the Colossus, and you can't get the headpiece without rendering the scepter
No,
useless.
sir.
A vicious circle.
That is not true.
Where is the scepter now?
When Clytus grew too old to rule, he placed the scepter in the hands of his eldest son, Clytus II, and disappeared. The line is continued unbroken until this day. Clytus XIV now holds the scepter and rules Abarak. I would guess that he has it within his palace.
Let's talk about something else.
Very well.
Can you explain why Clytus ran away at the end?
I have a theory. After he passed the scepter on to his son, it was only a matter of time until he passed away, either naturally or at the hands of one of his many enemies. He decided to come here, to a secret cave where he could hide forever. Clytus entered and decided upon a small chamber for his final resting place. He cast an illusion spell upon the entrance in order to keep everyone out. Even if someone found these caverns, they wouldn't penetrate his inner sanctum. He had reasons to want not to be discovered.
Okay.
At the very end, he cast a self-immolation spell. This is surprising, but not totally unexplainable. I believe that Clytus actually feared resurrection more than death itself. By destroying his remains, even before he was dead, he assured himself that he would never be raised. That's why you found a pile of ashes inside his robes, which were fairly intact. The self-immolation spell destroys the body of the caster, but nothing else. It appears that Clytus wanted to minimize the chances of anyone finding and raising him, but even so, his actions seem extreme. His remains were completely destroyed. Why did he bother hiding in these forsaken caves, guarded by an illusion spell? I wonder if he was hiding anything else.
The book. Thank you for the like, Master.
I found a book lying alongside of Clytus. It claims that necromancy is forbidden, and that for every person raised, another shall die untimely.
That is the final answer. The one I have been dreading my entire life. Necromancy is forbidden. Of course. You say that for every person brought back, another dies untimely? This is what we have termed the plague. We have unwittingly been killing ourselves for centuries, and we have done so at the command of a long-dead maniac.
It makes sense now.
How could we have been so blind? We have to change. We have to put things right. I shall stop the practice of necromancy with my people, but it's only a start. We have to overthrow Clytus. We have to tell everyone.
Everyone.
Do you know how I could get to the Colossus?
The Colossus is located in the middle of the catacombs in the foundation of Clytus's palace. It's said that only the descendants of Clytus I are shown the way through.
Except the dwarf.
No one else is allowed in. Even if you were able to sneak back into the palace, I can't imagine how you would find your way to the center of that maze. Besides Clytus, there's no one living who can show you.
I can kill Clytus, resurrect him.
That's all I need to know.
As you wish. That's nice.
Which book is this? Oh, this is Balthazar's book. Yeah, so we gave that book to Balthazar. He has it now. So, I guess we shouldn't go here, but let's go anyway. Okay, we can. Interestingly enough. Alright, this is where we are going to reach the center chamber. So we have to reach the dwarf's chamber.
Save game.
Alright, let's make a save. The dwarf lies here.
In caves and caverns all their own. They'll only come outside to play when all the arrows point the way. Which way, you ask? Where are they found? Just out of sight under the ground. Don't look too close, they'll run away. Unless the arrows point the way.
So how do we take the stone? Can't budge it by hand. Oh, we... Loosen. The wires won't fit in between the tongues of the scepter while it's open. Oh, I see. Okay. I was thinking it wrong. Okay. You twist the screw and slowly the tongues of the scepter begin to wrench apart. After quite a while of intense effort, the stone-head piece falls from the tongues clutches to the metal platform below. Right, now we have the filler piece. Now we have to get the dwarf so that we know that we learned the way. What's the spellbook? What? I thought we gave this to Balthazar.
Would...
Wait. Maybe I can take the clamp. Twice. Okay, I cannot take it again. No, it's gone.
Would...
So what do I do against the snake though?
In caves and caverns all their own. They'll
Go grab...
Hunger. Cast hunger on the zombie so that the zombie eats the snake. Something rumbles inside the cars, but Jethro only looks confused by the sounds. Snake immolation. No, I did it again. What happens if I possess the dog here? To lunge at the snake, it deftly dodges the clumsy attack and snaps back with one of its own. Only a survival instinct born of a life in the labyrinth keeps you out of the arm's way. You decide to treat the snake with a little more respect.
See you later.
Can I somehow make him deaf? Resurrection. I mean, it's already a zombie.
Would you go?
If he could make the zombie deaf.
The smallest people made their home in caves and caverns all their own. They'll only come out.
What can we do? Drop. Maybe I have to play the game with them. Let's try. You shake rune spawns in your hands and drop them. They form a pattern, but since you don't know the rules, you have no idea if you won or lost. Some of the gamblers look over at you and chuckle, a little embarrassed to pick them back up again. How do I play with them?
That's nice.
That's nice.
That's nice. Yes.
Could we talk about...
Sir?
Can't take the remains. Tunnels. They are. They don't even teach the rules. What did I do to the snake? Okay. Did I miss anything here? No. Nothing upstairs. Can we try talking to the butler again?
You're...
The smallest people made their...
The dead worker listens carefully to the dead nanny reading the nursery rhyme. His adult brain becomes very confused and he wanders off.
When all the arrows point the way. Which way?
Would you...
If I made her read the book here, what would happen?
The smallest people made their home in caverns all their own. They'll only
Come on.
come outside to play.
Red Worker tries to listen to both you and the dead nanny at the same time. His adult brain becomes very confused and he returns to his routine of watering the dead plants.
Just out of sight under the ground.
Listen.
Don't look too close, they'll run away. Unless the arrows point the way.
Give me that. Would you accompany?
I don't get it. Can I cast? I cannot cast. Oh, we know the Unravel edition, by the way. I cannot cast Possession on the zombie, right? Do I need a bow to shoot the arrow or something?
Go grab.
Snake. Can't get close enough. Why not? Can I just go? While the corpse holds the snake captive in his firm grasp, you walk towards the far wall. Though the dead worker ceases paying attention before you're halfway there. He forgets your command, releases the snake, and leaves the cave to return to his blowed fields. The snake suddenly free and within striking distance launches himself at you. You dive back to the mouth of the cave just in time to avoid the attack. The snake settles in again to wait. Didn't work. What am I supposed to do? Do I have everything I need to solve this puzzle right now? Parrot or anyone else who knows? Or am I missing something? I do. What is ward? We cannot cast ward by ourselves, right? The ward spell is far too powerful to be cast by one person. Yeah. Can we pet? Hunger on the snake. It already looks hungry. Without any direction.
Go.
Looks reassured by the command. He tightens his grip on the snake.
Go.
Why are you going away? Doesn't take him long to forget the command. I have everything I need. I don't know what to do.
You're quite the...
The smallest people made their home in caves and caverns all their own. They'll only come outside to play when all the arrows point the way. Which way, you ask? Where are they found? Just out of sight under the ground. Don't look too close, they'll run away.
Cannot crash that.
Arrows point the way. The smallest people made their home in caves and caverns all their own. They'll only come outside to play.
I don't know. I cannot think of anything. Maybe a hint. I'm not sure what to do. Maybe a small hint will be helpful. Fields. Okay. Grab the snake and hold him fast. Don't let him go. Grab him quick or you won't last. Oh, I can... Wait, I can set which... Come on, I didn't realize this was a mechanic. You leave the book open to the rhyme, get that snake. Okay, now it's clear. Okay, thank you, Parrot. No, come on.
Go grab
the snake and hold him fast. Don't let him go. Grab him quick or you won't last.
I don't think I have ever checked that book. I have checked every other book, but not that one. You walk toward the far wall of the cave. The snake writhes and spits as it tries to escape the dead worker's grasp, but its efforts are futile. The corpse grip is too strong, and the dead nanny's constant repetition of the command to hold the snake keeps him from forgetting his task and wandering off. I skipped other books too? Okay, I might have. Okay. What am I supposed to do? I think they are all supposed to show
Grab the snake and hold him fast.
Yeah, they probably have to all show underground, is my guess. Which way, you ask? Where are they found? Lost out of sight under the ground. Don't look too close, they'll run away unless the arrows point the way. Okay, so they all have to point downwards.
Grab the snake and hold him fast.
Okay. No. Okay. So every time these are turned once, each of them turn 3 times. So I have to have them looking down, and these looking right. But this won't work, so it will need a few turns, right? One more full revolution. No. Oh. Wait. No, they turn twice, not 3 times. Okay, this... Wait. So whenever these turn twice, they all turn 4 times, right? Hmm. It won't be possible to solve this by just turning the corners and the middle. This one is wrong. The middle is wrong. Okay. This is easier to manage. No. Let's reset. Yeah, let's think about this again. We turn all of them. Turning these ones, we'll turn each of these twice. Okay. I think I might... Yeah. This should work, I think. No, wait. What am I talking about? It won't work. Okay. This only messes up. Oh. Okay. I'm not sure what I did. The stone symbols click into place and the wall slides away. Beyond, you see a dark tunnel. You seal yourself and walk in. These caves are ancient, carved long ago by the dwarves that lived here. Tunnels run off in all directions. Yeah, it was good luck, exactly. Okay, so we resurrect this one. Dwarf has already been resurrected and probably wasn't happy about it then either. Okay, so I thought it was dead. It says dead.
My lord Clytus, I knew you would return. I have been faithful. As you asked, I spoke to no one.
Oh, it's because we are wearing the robe.
I have waited for you to take me back to the Colossus so that we can complete what we started. Take me with you, my lord, please. Take me with you.
Of course, come with me now. We shall go there immediately.
Of course, come with me now. We shall go there immediately.
Apple had the same idea.
Lord. Of course, my lord. Let us go. I'm ready.
Joins, unused for centuries, creak and pop as he slowly rises. It's rather disgusting to see how much of his body is left on the cave floor. Surprisingly, he succeeds and walks unsteadily towards you. Come with me, my loyal servant. I shall take you on a merry adventure.
I thought you might be coming back here, and you might need me.
Hello.
The rest of my people are on their way to storm the palace. I came ahead to aid you. I hope you don't mind.
He looks at
See, you're climbing in the social circles.
the shambling dead dwarf at your side.
The Colossus! Break the rune! Break the rune! My lord commands me!
As soon as you open the door, something lights up in the dwarf's mad eye. Totally beyond reason, he pushes you aside and charges into the catacombs. The door slams shut behind him, catching his rotted shard in the door jamb and tearing a piece of the cloth off. His footsteps echo as he runs deep into the maze. The dwarf's screams appear to have alerted the guards at the top of the stairs. You hear some questioning grunts and loud stomping. You take the cloth from the door.
We've got the stinking
Save
trap
game.
now. Only Clytus knows the way through the catacombs. He'll be here in a second to track that lowlife down and kill him. You hear me, rebel? You're going to die!
Yeah. You hold the cloth in front of the dog. He sniffs at it, then lowers his keen nose to the ground. His ears perk up and he points to the north. You're in a dimly lit chamber within an ancient catacombs. The dog sniffs a bit, then points to the north. You hear a commotion towards the beginning of the catacombs. Clytus is yelling at the guards to stay back and watch the entrance while he enters to take care of the problem. You assume that this means you. You're in a dimly lit chamber within an ancient catacombs. The dog sniffs a bit, then points to the north. West. South. West. Dogacomps. It should be Dogacomps, right? That's terrible. The footsteps get closer. From the sound of it, there's only one pursuer. He's running. He knows these catacombs well and is gaining fast. North. West. North. 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 A huge stone spire rises from a pool of lava. Its surface is covered with the ancient mystic runes of the Sartan. The footsteps continue to pound behind you, very close now. We have no time to waste. Unravel illusion. As you trace the runes in the air, you start to sense with the wrongness of the Colossus. The cracks of its magic, the containment rune was broken and then covered up with an illusion. Your spell carefully unties the deception until the illusion completely unravels and falls away. What remains is a hole in the center of the containment rune where an important line should be. Without this line to complete the rune is powerless and has been ever since the piece of the Colossus was removed. Not anymore. You place the copy of the headpiece on the hole in the containment rune. It slips inside smoothly and firmly. The lines carved on top of the headpiece connect with the remainder of the rune and complete the spell. Immediately, the rune begins to glow. It isn't very bright, but you sense the spell is working. The Colossus's magic is being held inside the spire. None is leaking out as it did before.
I knew you would be trouble. I should have killed you when I first had the chance. And the young prince as well. It seems that I have been far too generous lately. I'll have to rectify that.
Just as you back away from the Colossus, Clytus himself comes charging into the room. Panting, he stops and looks right into your eyes. His eyes swing to cover the prince. The Sartan lifts his scepter and holds it dramatically in front of his body, but nothing happens. He tries it a few more times, staring in disbelief. The prince laughs, draws his sword, and pounces on the confused dynast. Clytus doesn't have sense enough to scream, but looks bewildered by the sword wound left by the prince's attack. He topples into the mouth of the lava surrounding the Colossus as the powerless scepter falls from the lifeless fingers.
So, Haplo, you are a patron. I know about your race. Balthazar taught me well. This should make us enemies, but you have helped me. You have helped my people. Perhaps you did this for your own reasons, but I owe you a debt of gratitude, and I still consider you my friend.
Prince steps over and picks up the scepter. He hefts it in one hand while he holds the sword in the other. He looks at you somberly and says those words.
I thought that this was my most valued possession. Now I know that I value my subjects, my world, more. I want you to have it, to make certain that you do not forget us. If Abarak is to survive, we must be linked to the other worlds, and you are the only one that can do this.
The prince reaches behind his neck, removes the pendant there and hands it to you.
Take the seal piece. Go back to your ship, through Death's Gate. Save this world, Haplo, my friend. We need you. Now I must clean this palace of the filth Clytus left here. My people should be in position by now.
He nods, then walks away, back into the catacombs. That's weird. Why not? Let's remove this. It's ugly. Stone seal piece. You slip the seal piece from its honored place. The large rune in the center of the stone spire is the focus of the many spells placed upon it. This symbol is the spell that contains the magic inside the Colossus. It keeps the Colossus magic from leaking out. Since the hole has been filled by your copy of the original, the rune is complete and functional. Can we transfer that rune somewhere, maybe? There's no rune on the rune to transfer. Okay. Whatever that means. You wander back through the catacombs to the entrance. You are in one of the many passages that run through the palace's foundation. A stairway leads up to the more populated areas. You hear a skirmish at the top of the stairs. The prince's men are clearing the palace of Clytus's entrenched forces. You decide that it's better to avoid these conflicts. If you want, you can put a rune in my rune so that I could transfer while you transfer. Yeah, I would like that. I would very much like that. Let's go back. Okay. So we transfer this, right? Another plane down, yes. Hello, Zar. I feel like I'm going to have to face you at the end of the game or something. You produce the stone seal piece while recounting your macabre experiences on Abarak. Quite unexpectedly, instead of focusing on the large number of surviving Sartan there, Zar asks you to elaborate on the art of necromancy. He even asks to see the spellbook that shows the spell.
It appears that these Sartan have done our job for us. By using necromancy unchecked for thousands of years, they've decimated their own race. I'm sure it's fair to assume that there are only a few stragglers remaining in the other realms, like your Zifnab, if any are left alive at all. The survivors in Abarak don't sound strong enough to resist us. In fact, they are in the midst of a civil war. Once the world is reformed, the resulting chaos will be perfect for our army to walk in and destroy both sides. You've done your job well. There's only one world left, and I hope what you will discover there
No,
will
I
be
want
no
to it now.
surprise. Many coffins filled with dead Sartan. If you haven't already, take the amulet that your prince was foolish enough to give you and transfer it to your steering stone. Go to Celestra and bring back its seal piece. We're very close, Haplo.
I'm going to do the opposite, in fact. I'm going to end early. Once we have this dialogue and go to Celestra, I'm going to end for today.
You said that it was necromancy unchecked that killed the Sartan. Does that mean you'd consider using it with limits?
Do you understand the potential of that spell? An army whose numbers never diminish, whose members get stronger after they die. What force could stand against it? Naturally, we'd have some other deaths to compensate, but they'll be manageable. After a few skirmishes, the mere threat of our army would be enough to enjoin surrender. Then we wouldn't need to use the spell anymore. Until that happens, there are always losses in war.
This guy's terrible.
Prince Edmund placed his faith in me to save his world. That's why he gave me the amulet.
This is from the race that consigned you to an eternity of torment, and he asks you for help. Are you seriously considering his plea? Look at his situation. His people squabble among themselves like mensch. Even now, they are in the throes of a civil war. Naturally, he wants you to help him. You represent the greatest threat his kind has ever known. He must not have realized what his amulet would mean to us, but it is our responsibility to take advantage of it. You don't just represent yourself. You are the vanguard for our entire race. Don't let your emotions get in the way of your mission. I'd hate to have to cut it short. Look deep inside yourself. You'll find that you are a patron. You were whelped by the labyrinthine fires of hate.
Can we crash the rock?
For the accursed
Kill this guy?
Sartan that put you there.
I think he's the big
I
bad.
can trust you, Haplo, because you are a reflection of me. You are my son, as all patrons are my children.
Have you learned anything new about the 6 Sartan devils that you were researching?
Yes.
It happens that I'm very close to finishing my research. I have linked 4 of the devils to the spells that they were responsible for, and the other 2 aren't long in coming. Unfortunately, one of those 2 created the Reformation spell, so I cannot stop now. That's the spell I really need. The ones I uncovered, the original sundering, something called the interconnection, etc., are useless to me. But as I said...
Can you teach them to me?
That's enough for right now. I'd like to talk to you later if you don't mind.
Very well. I'll be here.
Okay, let's give it to him.
It's amazing. Imagine the Sartan being squeamish about using such a magic art. With this spell, I could create an invincible army. If a man falls, he can be raised even stronger than before. As long as it doesn't go unchecked. This is the most powerful weapon I can imagine.
Okay, so we don't actually give it to him. We just show it. And it doesn't award points. What about the robe?
That's a Sartan robe, but it's got more style than the ones I've seen. It looks like a spell rune, but I don't recognize it. It looks like one of the primitive weapons of the Mensch, no doubt intended to be used on their own kind. The Mensch are incorrigible. Their lives will be so much better when we have taken control. That's nice, Haplo, but I don't have the time to look at everything you bring back. I must continue my research. Please return when you're ready to report. That's nice. This looks like a fragment of a replica of the world seal carved from crystal. Very interesting. This Balthazar sounds like a knowledgeable man. Too bad he's a Sartan. I would assume that you were offering me a drink. This book explains very little about the actual workings of this Kixie Whimsy. Obviously, they intended it for Mensch hands, and the less information given to them, the better. For mensch magic, this salve is impressive. The instantaneous healing of wounds can be very useful. Keep hold of it. You'll never know when it will come in handy. Just the whinings of some insignificant... What a find! This Sartan relic actually absorbs the energy of storms, and then releases it when its lever is pulled. An ingenious way of powering that monstrous machine. As important as this might have been in your adventures in Arianis, it holds no interest for me. The antics of the mensch have always been beneath notice.
For you?
Is there a problem? The marker has the...
Okay.
Very good. With this pendant, we have access to all 4 of the realms. Once you've transferred it to your steering stone, your ship can reach the final realm.
That of water. Alright. Let's go to... What was it? Chelsea? You call on the power of the steering stone to take you through the Death Gate and into Chalestra, World of Water. Upon leaving the Death Gate, your ship is surrounded by water. A light from an underwater sun glints off the crystalline domes of orbiting moons. Underneath the nearest, you see an entrance, so you guide your ship inside. Chest tree. Alright, without taking a look. That was the chest tree. We will keep the rest for tomorrow. So for today, we are going to find someone to raid. Who are we going to raid? Okay, we are going to raid Com. Com is live in an hour that I can raid him. Playing Dark Souls 3. Oh, okay. Let's me. His commands in. Alright. So, yes, the game is going well. We are very, very likely to finish the game tomorrow, I think. I mean, we will surely finish it tomorrow. We are very likely to finish it early, you know, in less than 5 hours. I don't know how much is left. What I know is there's 1 world left, and then probably the end game. So we will finish it tomorrow, and then next Wednesday, we are going to start Diablo 2. But before that, we have Sunday, Monday streams with Sam and Max, obviously. So hopefully I will see you tomorrow for the completion of this game. Thank you so much for being here today, for the gifted subs, for the great, huge raid by Spider Cookie. I really appreciate it. I hope the raiders at least stayed with and enjoyed the stream. And hope you come back. If you have enjoyed the stream, consider giving me a follow and consider joining Discord. We have polls there, and we don't have cookies. I'm sorry, I don't want to lie to you. We don't have any good food, but we have nice polls and some discussions and some memes, you know, Discord. We would love to have you there. Until next time, I see you, which is hopefully tomorrow. Be well and take care of yourselves. And goodbye for now.